learned anything about this case or the people or places involved in this case?
No.
No's from everyone. All right, the state can call your next witness.
State will call crime scene investigator Robert Durr.
Raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You sit this way. Good morning. If you
Good
would
morning.
please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
My name is Robert A. Durr III. My last name is spelled D-E-R.
Thank you.
Mr. Durr, how are you employed?
I'm a crime scene investigator with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been working as a crime scene investigator with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Almost 18 years.
All right. And what are your general typical duties as a crime scene investigator with the Sheriff's Office?
So I respond to persons and property crimes where I document through photographs or other measurements possibly and collect evidence as it relates to those types of crimes.
As part of those duties, do you from time to time attend autopsies as well?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what do you do when you attend an autopsy?
I take photographs and then I collect any potential evidence that might be located by the medical examiners.
And by potential evidence, you mean things like protect maybe clothing or objects that are removed from the body, things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you what's already been introduced as State's Exhibits 28B. And just if you can take a quick look at those and you can open it. They're already open, so you can go and just see. In this particular case, or do you recognize those?
Yes, sir.
And what are they?
They're the projectiles that I recovered.
All right, and so when you were at the scene in this particular case, you took photos
Yes, sir.
and you collected those projectiles?
Yes, sir.
Were you present when those projectiles were removed from the body?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you observed them take them out?
Yes, sir.
And so then do you photograph and document them being taken out?
Yes, sir.
And then you collect them yourself?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you may publish. Okay, I'm going to start with specifically 20A. Okay, and that in fact, you were there when that was removed from the body of Jaylah Bass?
Yes, sir.
And you observed them and you took photos of it and then you collected it and took it into evidence?
Yes, sir.
Now, besides that one projectile, did they also recover some fragments from inside Jaylah Bass's body?
Yes, sir.
All right, now I'm going to show you 20B again, which has already been admitted into evidence. I'm just going to show them this way. So they're very small, correct?
Yes, sir.
And these are in fact what is taken out of the body, and they've been described as fragments of a projectile. What would that be? What are fragments?
So fragments could be anything that separated off of a projectile. It could be where it was damaged or anything maybe split apart as it was entering.
Okay, so this is most likely from the same projectile that came into the body?
I couldn't be specific on that, but
Okay. One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Judge will pass words.
All right. Cross.
Good morning, Mr. Durr.
good morning.
Now, you did go out to the crime scene, right, and assist with the scene there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you didn't collect any evidence yourself?
That's correct.
And then you ended up being tasked with following up with attending the autopsy in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, routinely, when a body is received by the medical examiner's office, the hands are typically bagged. Is that right?
A lot of times, but not always, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why are the hands bagged?
To protect anything that might potentially be on there.
And that is typical of what happens, like the scenes that you've been out in, where there's been a body at the scene, that the medical examiner's office will bag the hands when they're there.
Yes, ma'am.
In this case, when you attended the autopsy, was there any swabbing done of Jaylah's hands?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay, and then sometimes GSR testing is requested by the detectives, is that right?
Sometimes, yes, ma'am.
And in this case, that was not done.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down, sir. Thank you. He released from his subpoena.
Yes, Ms. Station.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Call your next witness.
State calls Detective Clay Holman. Action Judge, can we call Cheyenne Miley first, please?
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for swearing.
Hi, good morning. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
Good morning. It's Cheyenne Wheaton. I'm sorry, Cheyenne Miley. It was Wheaton during its investigation. I apologize. It's Shyanne. Last name Miley, Miley.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please tell the jury where you work.
I work for Hillsborough. Sorry, can you hear me? I work for Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office as a detective with our homicide section.
How long have you been working at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Sheriff's Office for almost 8 years, and I've been with our homicide section for almost 3.
So on the night of this event, August 29th of 2022, were you working with the homicide department as a detective?
I was.
What part did you play in this investigation for why we're here today, the events of August 29th of 2022?
The lead detective, Detective Gabbo, asked me to pick up some additional video surveillance from a residence near the incident scene.
What residence did you go to?
It was off Heritage Club Drive. The numerical, I believe, was 13937.
Okay, and I'm showing you, it's already been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 6, but I want you to look at it. Do you recognize it?
I do.
When you went and you pulled the video, help us understand what process do you go through when you're pulling a video from a surveillance camera that may be at a residence versus maybe a business?
Well, I meet with the resident, confirm that we're allowed to view their video, obtain their video, at which point she did say that she was willing to provide the video with us. I checked the date and timestamp on the live video with what I have on real time, so whether that's me checking my phone or my watch, and ensure that the date and timestamp on the video surveillance is in fact correct.
So when you went to this residence in Heritage Grove Apartments and you looked at the video surveillance at the timestamp, compared it to your phone, what did you find out?
I saw that the date was accurate, but the time was about 1 minute behind real time. So if, like, the time right now is 9:33, so the time on the video surveillance was showing 9:32, just for an example.
The videos that you pulled that are on what you've seen and identified as State's Exhibit 6, does it include the relevant time frame from the entire incident?
Yes, it does.
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
All right.
No question.
All right. You can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
She released from her subpoena.
Yes, Judge.
All right. Thank you. Call your next witness.
The state calls Detective Clay Holman.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Come this way. Good morning again. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
Yes, ma'am. The name is Clay Hobelman. First name is Clay, C-L-E-Y. Last name is Hobelman, H-O-B-E-L-M-A-N-N.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Tell the jury where you work.
I work with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I have worked there over 14 years now.
What's your title now?
I'm a detective with the Sheriff's Office.
Were you a detective on August 29th to August 30th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
At that time, did you have a specific unit or department that you were working with?
More broadly, I'm assigned to Criminal Investigations Division, and then more narrowly, I'm in the Homicide section.
Help us understand, as a detective in the homicide section, what are your duties?
We investigate a number of different cases, exclusively homicides, as the name would suggest, but we also investigate cases that include any natural deaths through suicides, overdoses, and then we have a couple other assignments that we will assist on if there are kidnappings. So we do a broad range of things, and then we will also cover for other criminal investigation units as well to assist in their investigations.
During a homicide investigation, is there just one detective that's decided to be involved in the investigation, or are there multiple?
Generally, we have no less than three for three specific and designated roles, and then we may also have other detectives assisting those primary three roles.
Explain to the jury so that they understand what is the purpose of having at least the three detectives involved in each homicide investigation.
Those three roles are going to include your lead detective, who is responsible for a majority of the activities or requirements for the investigation. You have your assist that is working in tandem with your lead investigator, and then you also have a scene detective or scene investigator whose responsibility is managing the scene and understanding all the facts of the scene, and then working with the lead investigator throughout the remainder of the investigation.
When you are a detective working with the homicide department, do you typically perform one of these duties of lead, assist, or scene at every single homicide that you go out to, or does it differ?
Yes, in every one of those cases, at least those three roles are assigned. As individual detectives, we may be assigned one role for one investigation, and we may shift to a different role for another investigation. But at least those three roles are always covered in every assignment or in every investigation that we go out to.
So since you became a detective in the homicide department of Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, have you had occasions where you were the lead detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you also had occasions where you were the scene detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in this case involving the defendant Jermaine Bass on August 29th, August 30th of 2022, tell the jury what your role was in this homicide investigation.
I was assigned as the scene detective.
When you say scene detective, I understand you just explained that it was walking around documenting the scene. Let's get into the more detailed part of what exactly you do. So let's say you're called out to a scene, you're given the role of scene detective. Walk the jury through what you generally do when you are assigned to be the scene detective for a homicide.
So the scene detective is responsible for, first and foremost, the scene, the location where the incident is happening, as well as any secondary, tertiary locations that might be included. It might include vehicles. It's essentially everything that is going to be a physical portion of the investigation. Generally speaking, our scene detective is responsible for. That could include writing all of the search warrants for those physical locations or addresses. That includes the searching of those locations, and that includes the documentation, both collection of evidence, as well as documenting through photographs, taking photographs, overseeing that the proper photographs are being taken.
So I understand that at a homicide investigation, there's these at least three positions that are assigned. But is it safe to say that homicide detectives are generally not the first people to respond to, for instance, shots called that comes in to 911?
Yes, that's fair. Generally, deputies are going to be our first responding units coming to that call to kind of assess what is happening there and make a determination as to the additional investigation that is required. And at that time, then phone calls are being made to request either homicide come out or special victims units come out, whatever detectives might be an assist to that investigation.
Once homicide detectives are sent to an investigation scene, are they first apprised by the deputies of what they saw when they first arrived?
Yes, usually to some extent there is some foreknowledge of what is happening at the scene or what has happened or has been observed. It may come through deputies, it may come through supervisors, but generally speaking, when we do arrive at a scene, we have some idea of what has been done at the scene or what we may be facing at the scene.
Based on the information that you're given, when you first arrive to a homicide scene, does that information and what you're told affect some of the decisions or the direction that you're documenting or your investigation of the scene? Does that information affect the decisions you make at the scene?
Yes, I would say it does. I think that as one of the responsibilities of the scene detective, you are not only doing that documentation and trying to get an overall objective understanding of what may have happened there, but you're obviously going to be contrasting the information that you're getting. First, your initial information of what is coming through your dispatch call. Secondly, your information that you're getting once you arrive to the scene and talk to your deputies or you're talking to some of those supervisors. And then throughout the investigation, our scene detectives stay in contact with the lead investigator who's out doing their interviews, who's out collecting video surveillance, and is getting a working knowledge of what's happening outside of that house. And they are in constant communication with the scene detective to try to determine what things might be of special importance or value within that residence.
When you became involved in the investigation of this case, were you given information by other deputies when you arrived about what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you told?
We were told that there...
It's effect on the listener, Judge. He explained that he was given information at the scene, and from that information, he makes certain decisions at the scene of what document and what not to document.
Well, I have no idea what was said at this time, so sustained.
Can we approach the bench and proffer, Judge?
Sure.
After you received information about what the other deputies saw or heard when they first arrived, what did you decide to do next?
For this investigation, I collected information from the deputies that were there at the scene and used some of that information as well as some observations we were able to make just from the outside of the residence to complete a search warrant for that residence.
Explain to the jury what a search warrant is and what it means.
A search warrant is a document that we use in an event that we may be recovering evidence from that location or from a person or from a general area or even potentially from a cell phone in which we think that might be evidence of the case and of which somebody may not be willing or voluntarily wanting us to enter into that location or enter into that cell phone device. For a search warrant, we need probable cause, which is essentially a probability that there is evidence in that location, be it a phone, be it a residence, that we would need for our investigation. We use a combination of our own observations as well as observations of other fellow deputies or detectives to put information into that document explaining why we feel that we need to go into that residence and collect evidence or potentially collect photographs, anything that may be of value for our investigation. That has to be signed by the state attorney's, or excuse me, approved by the state attorney's office and signed by a judge saying, yes, you're allowed to go into that location to do whatever you need to do for your investigation.
So in this investigation, you obtained a search warrant. Did you search the entirety of the townhome involved in this case?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
So after that, did you begin documenting the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, as a part of documenting the scene, are you, as a scene investigator or detective, are you responsible for actually taking the photos and actually placing the evidence markers, or do you work with someone else to help you do that?
We work with our crime scene investigations department or our CSI department.
Now, in this case, did that include crime scene investigator Shannon Bader?
Yes, ma'am.
When you first walked into the townhome, what did you see of relevance when you first walked in? And I'm putting on the Elmo 22A.
Within entering the residence, the door opens inward and we come into a foyer area that has a kitchen just off the side of it. Beyond that, there's a dining room area, and then a little further beyond that, there's a TV room area or an entertainment room, I guess, or living room space. On that location, or at that location, is a black couch, and we noted what we believed was going to be some blood on the edge of that couch, or the side cushion of that couch, as well as a small metal item that looks like a clasp or a toothed clasp. That, just based on my familiarity with them, looks like the kind of clasp that's used to secure an elastic bandage or an ace bandage, with those little teeth that kind of bite into the fabric.
Now, once you go up the stairs, what's the first bedroom that you see up on top of the stairs?
The first bedroom you come to when you are ascending the stairs is going to be what we determine is the children's bedroom.
Now, states 22R, I'm placing on the Elmo. Are we looking at the top bunk in 22R, or are we looking at the bottom bunk?
This would be the top bunk, ma'am.
Okay, we're looking at the back of the photo. You can see a sticker that is on the wall, right about the middle that I'm pointing to right here. It's a yellow sticker labeled Damage A. We see another sticker labeled Damage B. And we see another green sticker, which we see labeled red substance. I want to specifically talk about Damage A and Damage B. What wall are we looking at that we're pointing to where Damage A sticker is labeled on? What is on the other side of this wall?
On the other side of that wall is going to be a bathroom.
Now, I'm facing... One moment, I'm sorry. I'm trying not to get the photos out of order, but I can't make any promises. I'm placing 22Z on the Elmo. Tell us to the right over here, what room is this? You can see like a small, maybe what, a quarter of an inch opening, and it looks like it's going into a room. Explain to the jury what room that this is going in.
So the darkened margin on the right side of your photograph as you're looking at it is going to be the darkened space, just because of the lighting at that time, of the children's bedroom or of the kids' bedroom, where that same bunk bed we just saw in the previous photograph would be located.
Once we're inside the bathroom that's depicted in 22Z, I'm placing 22AA on the Elmo. Is this a closer up image of that exact same wall? And am I correct in pointing to the yellow marker on A1 to the right? It's labeled Damage A1. Is that the same wall, the back side of the wall, belonging to Damage A?
Yes, ma'am.
And for reference, I'm putting back on the Elmo 22R. The Elmo is a little fuzzy, if you can give it just a minute. So the damage we're seeing right here in 22A is it your testimony from what you saw? It goes through the wall and exits in damage A1 that we're seeing on 22AA on the right over here.
Yes, ma'am, that is our belief. There is a space in just a normal construction space between those two walls. But yes, it would appear, based on some other continued observations that we make once we get to A2 and A3, that that's going to be one continuous trajectory of a projectile going through the wall.
Now, you explained earlier that you were working with the homicide unit as a detective for quite some time. About how many times at the time of this incident had you been assigned to be a scene detective?
Probably in excess of 25 or 30 times for scene.
Okay, and during those 25 to 30 times, or other times that you've been called out to a homicide investigation, have those before included gunshots going through drywall?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an occasion in these prior scenes that you visited to notice the shape that a gunshot may make when it's going through drywall?
Yes, ma'am.
Describe for us the shape of 22R, where we're looking at damage A.
It would appear, oh, God.
Well, sorry. I was specifically wanting to ask to you, based on your training and your experience, the significance of the shape of the damage A that we see depicted in this photo.
With this photograph, we're seeing a rounded shape as it goes through the wall. When you're seeing the clean edges, generally speaking, that would refer to an entrance or the round coming from this side of the wall, penetrating into this wall. I think you can see slightly from A1, it's a little rougher, and that's because as it starts to come back out of the wall on the opposite side, it's pushing that material in front of it, so it fragments as it's coming out, and you'll see either the wall being pushed out in that direction, or you'll see it's a little bit rougher around those edges as the edges of those are pushed out.
The damage in A1 depicted in 22A that we see on the shower wall. You just mentioned if a projectile was going through the wall, you may see the sides of the shape made in the wall be pushed out slightly. Am I understanding that correctly?
From the edging side, yes, ma'am.
And let's see, 22BB, I'm placing on the Elmo. Describe for the record what we're looking at in damage A1, specifically around the shape that you notice.
So this would be what we believe is the corresponding exit from the A damage or the initial A damage, and you'll see where the paint is kind of chipped as that force is pushing that out, and we'll start pushing portions of the wall out with it as the bullet comes out of the wall or would be exiting from the wall. That's a hallmark of what we would typically see with that. It's not impossible to be reversed, but this would generally speak to us as this being an exit of a projectile coming out through the wall.
Now, when you're given information, when you first arrive to a homicide scene about what may have happened or may not have happened, as part of your duties as a scene investigator, are you looking to see whether or not the forensic evidence or the physical evidence at the scene either match up or get matched up to the story that you had been told may or may not have happened?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, we're looking at 22C. It looks like we're in the same shower that we've been talking about, our bathroom that we've been talking about, that is right next to the children's room. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is this shower curtain also depicted in, or part of the shower that's in 22Z that we've been using for reference? If you were to walk in to the left, would you immediately see what we're looking at in 22Z, the shower?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Now, tell us what you notice about damage A2,
It's-
specifically the shape.
It is somewhat rounded, at least for a portion of the side. The upper, as we see in the photograph, the upper and then the right side of that damage or defect does appear to be rounded. And then there are, you can't see it in this photograph specifically, but you can kind of start to see it. There are subsequent holes behind that, or pairings of the same plastic shower material behind that, as it would appear a projectile continues on its path through the shower curtain.
We're looking at, on the Elmo, 22D. For reference, we see the same damage A2 that we were just discussing in the previous photo, but we also see it slightly blurred on the tile, a damage A3 on a yellow sticky label. Now, I'm placing 22EE. Tell the jury what is significant to you based on your training and experience about the shape of damage A in the shower.
Damage A3 appears to be the termination of that projectile going through the wall, impacting the tile of the shower, and then embedding itself in the tile or the substrate that is below the tile. And that's what we're seeing kind of centered in that damage there, is the backside of the projectile or bullet.
Just hang tight for one moment. I'm referencing one specific. Now, during during your investigations as a scene detective, at some point during certain investigations, does it become important to take measurements?
Yes, ma'am.
Help us understand in what situations do you decide to take measurements, and what situations do you decide it may not be necessary?
Most all of our collected items are going to have some measurement to them. You'll see many of these stickers that are being photographed have a scale or have a measurement already on the sticker that helps us understand if it's next to something, what the size is that we're dealing with. If it's something that we find of specific importance that we're collecting, we may do additional measurements of it once we get back to crime scene and have a more controlled environment. But generally speaking, several of our areas that are photographed will have some sort of scale to them. It's not necessarily to give you a specific measurement as to the width or the diameter of the bullets, but it is giving you some context as to how big this portion of damage is on the wall.
I want to talk about trajectory rods. Yesterday we were introduced to the idea of trajectory rods. Tell us why, in certain cases, you may use a trajectory rod.
A trajectory rod is just a tool that we're using. We have to have two solid areas that are either impacted or traversed by a bullet for us, or projectile, for us to be able to use a trajectory rod. We have to have a point A and a point B that we can pass that rod through. Generally speaking, when we do have bullet damages, we are getting some rounded areas that it's going through, as we've kind of seen through this evidence. And then the trajectory rod allows us to pass a straight implement through those holes and now look at the directionality of where that rod is pointing. Generally speaking, if we're looking back in the direction of where we believe the bullet came from, we can get some idea of where the gun would have had to have been positioned or pointed and aimed at that direction. And somewhere, if you were to draw out where that rod is pointing, somewhere along that line, a gun was pointing in that same direction and firing that bullet, which passed.
Objection, or outside the scope of this witness's expertise.
Overruled.
You can finish.
Somewhere along that line is going to be the passing of the bullet through the same location where the rod is.
Now, I'm placing on the Elmo, let me move these first. I'm placing on the Elmo 22JJ. We see in this photo the bunk beds and a measuring tool. Are we looking at the top bunk here, or are we looking at the bottom bunk here?
This is still the top bunk, ma'am.
How tall is the topmost portion of the top rail of the top bunk?
It's measured at 5 feet with the large red 5, and then 5 inches with the smaller white and the black background 5.
So is it safe to say that I'm understanding the most tall portion of the top bunk is 5 feet 5 inches?
Yes, ma'am. The very top of the rail, so to speak, would be 5 feet and 5 inches from the floor height.
And to orient the jury, we see in the top left a green sticker that's placed on the wall, and on the photo it's to the left of the measuring tool. Do you see where I'm talking about?
Yes,
When
ma'am.
you put it right here?
Yes.
I'm placing on the Elmo states 22R. Is that the same, and for the record, once I've placed 22R in the Elmo, I'm pointing to the left portion. There's only one green sticker on the wall, and I'm pointing to it right now. Is that the same sticker that I'm pointing to in 22R that is apparent in 22JJ that we see to the left of the measuring marker?
Yes, ma'am. That would be the same sticker.
Okay. Based on your training and experience, the fact that you were at the scene, I'm placing 22RRR on the Elmo. And it's fuzzy. Let's give it just a second. In 22RRR, we see damage A that we've referred to before. Knowing that the topmost portion that I'm pointing to on the left side is 5 feet and 5 inches, can you confirm, because you were there, damage A is at least 5 feet 5 inches or higher?
Yes, ma'am. That would be accurate.
Now, I see a green pole that is extending in this photo out of damage A. We've talked about trajectory rods before, but help the jury understand. The green pole that is extending out of damage A, is that a trajectory rod?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22LLL. This is labeled, damage A1. And just to orient all of us again, there's a lot of A's, A1s, B's. We determined A is in the children's room above the bunk bed, at least 5 feet 5 inches high. Now, where are we for B or for A1?
Now we're on the bathroom side of the wall, so opposite or the adjoining wall from the bedroom. And this is a measurement of that what we believe to be the corresponding damage of A1.
So Based on the measurement that is in the photo, we have a measuring tool placed to the right of damage A1 that we see. What is the measurement or the height of damage A1 in the children's bathroom?
I would put it between 5'5" and 5'6", somewhere right in that area.
Now, before, when we looked at damage 22 RRR with a green trajectory pole poking out, the corresponding same green pole, 22 LLL, is it the same green trajectory pole?
Yes, ma'am, same rod.
Specifically, I want you to explain to the jury the significance of 22 RRR. I want to draw your attention. Well, let's give it a second to focus. Looks like it's... Here we go. The trajectory rod, the green trajectory rod, protruding out of damage A. Explain to the jury the significance of the angle that we see portrayed in this photograph.
Given that we're looking at the wall from what we have interpreted as the entry point, we're dealing with a slightly downward angle, and that angle, for the purpose of this photograph, would be from a left to right
I'm going
angle.
to object again to this witness outside his knowledge and expertise.
Overruled.
You can answer it.
But it was essentially answered. It's a downward angle and slightly left to right as it's seen in this photograph.
So based on the trajectory rod, is the angle traveling at a downward angle or an upward angle at the point in which it enters the wall marked by damage A?
It's traveling at a downward angle.
22 LLL. I'm placing on the Elmo we've looked at before. We've determined the same trajectory rod in damage A is depicted here in damage A1. I want to draw your attention to the angle of the trajectory rod depicted in this photo. I want you to explain the significance of the angle of the trajectory rod depicted in this photo.
It's still traveling at a downward angle.
So the level, so then I want to place on the Elmo 22 MMM. To orient us, we're looking at the shower curtain with the marker damage A. Is that 2 or 1? A2. I see a measuring tool to the left of A2. Tell the jury, and I'll actually zoom in a little more because it's kind of hard to see the defect or the hole of damage A2. What is the height of damage A2 that's depicted in this photo on the shower curtain?
We're looking at just a little below the 5-foot mark.
So let's say
4'11" and 5 foot.
4'11", like right between 4'11" and 5 foot.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you testified before that, and you can see, I'm placing back on the Elmo, 22 JJJ. I'm giving the Elmo a minute. Where we are using for reference the 5-foot, 5-inch height of the outermost, tallest portion of the bunk bed. Then I'm placing 22 RRR, where it shows, and we've determined that damage A is higher than that 5 feet, 5-inch measuring marker of our vantage point right here, the pole that I'm pointing to over on the outermost corner. You've previously testified that the trajectory pole shows a downward trajectory in the photo that we're showing here. And we know 22 LLL, you explained, was also showing a downward trajectory of the pole. Is the measurement in 22 MMM that I'm placing on the Elmo consistent with the trajectory being at a downward angle coming from the wall, damage A1, to the shower curtain, damage A2?
Objection just again, and ask for continuing objection to this witness giving his testimony.
All right. The objection is overruled. You have a continuing objection.
Thanks.
Line of questioning.
You can answer.
Yes, it would be consistent with the round still descending or being in a downward trajectory as it is traveling towards what we can pretty easily identify as its terminal point where it's embedded in the wall.
Now we're looking on 22 NNN, placing it on the Elmo, where we see damage A3. Next to damage A3, we see a measuring tool. Tell the jury, what is the measurement from the floor, the height of damage A3?
It's between 4'10" and 4'11". 4'10" being kind of the bottom margin of that, where the grout is for that tile, and then 4'11" being the top edge of that damage, and we would expect the actual penetration to be somewhere probably in the middle between 4'10" and 4'11".
Comparing the height of damage A2, that we've determined to be about 5'11" and a half or so.
Or 4'11".
4'11", excuse me. I was looking at the number 5. You're correct. 4'11" of damage A2 and a half or so, to the height of damage A3 being slightly below that at 4 foot, between 10 and 11. It kind of encompasses the whole inch there. Is that consistent with the trajectory rod that we saw in damage A and A1 to be at a downward angle?
Yes, it's still downward or still descending.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22000. The marker on the wall, is that damage A1?
Yes, ma'am, on the right side wall, in the photograph just above the shower towel holder.
On the shower curtain, is that damage A2?
Yes, ma'am.
And we can kind of see, it looks like there's, over here, there's a cabinet on the wall that's sneaking out right behind the cabinet. It looks like we have another yellow marker that goes into the shower tile. Is that damage A3?
Yes, ma'am.
Explain to the jury the purpose of using the trajectory rod from damage A1 in the bathroom wall, to A2 in the shower curtain, to A3 in the shower tile.
To again show the path of the projectile as it went through the bathroom, or the likely path of the projectile as it's penetrating through the wall, going through the shower curtain, and then embedding in the tile. So this is a fairly accurate representation of what that path would have looked like.
You just used the word the path a few times. What is the path?
The path of the bullet or the projectile as it's going through the wall and then ending up in the other wall.
And what is the path? It's at a what angle?
The path and trajectory is at a downward angle in this instance.
Is this the same hole that we see in 22RRR depicted right above damage A?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Now, based on your training and your experience and your evaluation of the trajectory rod used in this investigation, what occurred from damage A to damage A1 to damage A2 and to damage A3?
I think this has been asked and answered, Judge.
Sustained.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22R to reorient us. Are we looking at the top bunk or the bottom bunk?
Top bunk again.
I want to draw your attention to an evidence label entitled Damage B. I'm pointing to it. It's the yellow label that's closest to the bloody mattress. What does that look like to you when you were first there and you first viewed it?
Our belief was that was also a bullet damage or a bullet impact location.
Looking at 22FFF, what are we looking at here? Well, hold on. Let me start out with a larger view of it. And then, what's significant about this damage, specifically when you zoom in?
We believed, again, this is just a zoomed in or a closer up photograph of one of the preceding photographs of the same damage at damage B. We're seeing some blood in that same area, as well as some breaking of the wood on that framework. And towards the right, I would say the right edge of that damage, there's a little bit of rounded shape to that damage that we thought might be consistent with a bullet or a projectile striking that area.
Now, was that damage that's depicted in damage B what sometimes law enforcement would call a through and through, meaning that there's an entrance and an exit?
In terms of the medium before making that impact?
Correct. Like, is there a hole on the other side?
So for this area of wood, no, when we moved that rail away and moved the whole bed away from the wall, we did not see a corresponding hole coming through that piece of wood. So to us, it just looked like a fracture or a damage on the front side of the wood.
Looking at 22XX. Is this another view of the damage that you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
I can just have a moment. During your investigation, did you have an occasion to inspect both the top mattress and bottom mattress for places that may be of evidentiary value.
Yes, ma'am, we did that.
Tell us about your inspection of the top bunk mattress.
In this same general vicinity of where we're looking at now, near where the damage B is, we did find a defect or what looks to be a tear or hole in the top fabric material of that same mattress.
In the photo that we're looking at, 22XX, where was the defect that you noticed in the mattress?
It's close to the same area where damage B is, a little bit inset from the mattress, so away from the wall, but where one of the concentrations of blood is located.
Judge, can the witness stand up, please, to identify the area he's discussing?
Yes.
Please stand up and point to
It
it.
would have been in this upper portion of the mattress, just forward of where damage B is, or just up for the purpose where you're viewing it on the television screen, to the left of where damage B is located.
I'm placing 22D on the Elmo. Point to the area so the jury understands of what you're talking about where you noticed a defect in the mattress.
Can you zoom in a little bit, ma'am? The area of defect for this is going to be along where the same area. There's a slitting of kind of the foam in the mattress here. And that's part of where the blood was also, there's a little bit of blood that came through the mattress in that same location.
We're using the term defect, which feels like a more scientific term. In lay terms, what do you mean by the word defect?
A damage to it or a hole that is coming through it, some sort of tear or hole in the fabric.
Could that be seen from the top of the mattress before it's peeled up as we see depicted in this photo?
A little bit, yes. That was where we were initially drawn to the location of the hole or the torn area of the mattress from the top.
So you see this on the top, this torn area, and you decide to peel it up like we see depicted in this photograph, which is 22DDD. After seeing what you see depicted in 22DDD, what did you do next?
Continued to cut through that mattress to try to locate if there was an actual projectile somewhere in the mattress.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22EEE. What are we looking at in 22EEE?
Now we're looking at the same mattress but with the entire top layer peeled back. So now we're looking at the interior spring arrangement of the mattress.
Is what we're looking at, what you just described in 22EEE, is this the same mattress depicted in 22DDD where we see it peeled up to reveal the foam?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it the same mattress that we're looking at in 22X, which is the mattress depicted in this photo to be on the top bunk that has blood pooling as stated?
Yes, ma'am.
After peeling back to see the springs in 22EEE, tell the jury what you noticed.
A projectile was located within this space where the springs were.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22FFF. This is significant. Number one, what are we looking at?
We're looking at a zoomed-in picture, kind of a continuation of the previous picture of the spring arrangement.
And I want to draw your and the jury's attention to, it looks like an item that I'm placing my finger to. It's kind of a semicircle portion of an item. What is that item?
That would be a projectile, ma'am, or a bullet.
Is that consistent with the damage or defect that you saw occurred in the foam that you described before?
It could be yes, ma'am.
22GGG, I'm placing on the Elmo. What are we looking at?
That would be the actual recovered bullet or projectile, just held in a palm.
The recovered bullet or projectile that we're looking at in this photo, is it the same as the projectile that's depicted and that we just pointed out in 22FFF?
Yes, ma'am.
And the projectile that we just pointed out in 22FFF, is it found in the same area as the defect that you described in the foam depicted in 22DDD?
It's actually a little bit towards the opposite side of the mattress, a little bit further in to the opposite side. It is still the same mattress, but it is not directly beneath where this damage is located, but a little bit further away within the mattress or within the spring space of the mattress.
Can you stand up and show us?
Yes. It would be found kind of towards the top of the screen on that side of the mattress.
So help us understand. Do you believe, based on your training and experience, the location, and for the record, I have 22X on the Elmo where it depicts damage B, that damage B and the projectile found in the mattress depicted in 22GGG are related?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the jury why you feel that way.
It was our belief that what you're seeing at damage B is going to be a deflection point where it is impacting or coming in contact with the side rail of the bed and then deflecting back in the opposite direction into the mattress and embedding itself through the
Have
mattress.
a lack of foundation and proper opinion for
All right.
his speak.
Everald.
You can repeat it because she was talking.
where it's impacting the railing and then deflecting and coming back, or ricocheting and coming back through the mattress, and ultimately being located in the mattress through the space where the springs are located.
If I may just have a moment, Judge, I need to set these aside. Behind the top railing of the top bunk bed, at some point we see another trajectory pole that is like a red or pink in color. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
During your investigation, did you have an occasion to follow the trajectory of that damage to the wall and determine what happened at that point of entry?
Yes, ma'am. As I recall, the initial entry into the wall is marked by B1. It clashes a little bit with B, but that was because at the time that we were investigating, we thought that B1 may be a continuation of the damage to B through the frame into B1. However, once the bed was removed from the wall, we realized there's no continuation or no hole on the back side of B. Therefore, B1 was identified as a separate and independent bullet damage to the wall, accounting for a different projectile.
And I'm placing on the Elmo 22FF, we see damage B, but behind that on the wall, we see poking out a yellow evidence marker. Is that what you're discussing, that you thought that damage B and what's behind the evidence marker on the wall, you thought they were related?
Yes, ma'am, we did. The one behind it, though you can't see it, it's going to be the same one that's going to be seen later as damage B1.
Damage B1, did you determine on the other side of that wall where that projectile landed?
Yes, we did. While there's not a punch through of the wall with an actual exit hole, we do see a kind of conical shape on the back side of that wall where it looks like something impacted and it just didn't come all the way through the wall. So it struck the wall from the space, the voided space in between the wall, but it didn't actually go all the way through the drywall. It just struck the bathroom side of the wall.
And we're looking at 22QQQ. Damage B2 we see labeled on here. Is that what we would call the defect on the wall that you noticed that was related to damage B1?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Tell the jury about the different heights of damage B1 and damage B2.
Those would also be in a downward trajectory from where we think our entry point is on the bedroom side of the wall to where we see our impact point on the bathroom side of the wall.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22PPP. What's the height of the damage of B2?
Can you back out just a little bit?
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay.
I didn't realize it was still so zoomed in.
So the floor is almost covered, but we're looking at 4 feet and somewhere again in between 9 and 10 inches. So 4 foot 9.5-ish on the bathroom side of the damage.
And damage B1, that would be depicted in 22F. Again, we're only seeing the very edge of the marker behind here. But just for reference, is this the same top portion of the top bunk that we've measured out as 5 feet and 5 inches?
Yes, the very top rail with a little bit of extra would be the 5 foot and 5 inches location.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22CCC. What are we looking at here?
Some poorly done demolition, and then that's going to be a projectile that was recovered from the wall.
After the search warrant was conducted, did you walk around the whole townhome alongside Shannon Bader and help direct her as to what needed to be photographed and what needed to be marked with the different evidence markers?
Yes, I wouldn't say that we're necessarily in lockstep as we're going through, but everything that is marked as evidence is either something that was noted by her or something that was noted by myself, and then together or in tandem, we will assure each other that we are aware of everything that has been marked as evidence.
Putting on the Elmo 22FFFF. This was a photo we did not have a chance to view yesterday. Can you orient us to what we're looking at in 22FFFF?
This would be a picture taken from the kitchen, looking at the edge of the kitchen counter. To the left margin of the photograph, you can see a table and chairs. That's the dining room table and chairs. To the right edge, I can point this behind me, but we're seeing the slim edge of what looks like a darker colored or brown door. That would be the front door in an open position.
So the front door is out on the first floor of this townhome that we've discussed.
That's correct. This is the first floor.
Now, throughout your investigation and in your experience as a detective or a scene detective in a homicide investigation, help us understand, are you given parameters on what needs to be swabbed and what doesn't need to be swabbed for DNA purposes?
No, I think that's something that generally evolves as we're going through the investigation. There's no hard, fast rule for what does need to swab or what doesn't need to swab. Generally, we're doing an accumulation of different swabs for target areas, either heavily saturated areas. For instance, if we have what we perceive to be a trail or a series of droplets that start from A all the way to Z, we may take just some of the swabs along that way because we're demonstrating it is a path or it is something we can readily identify as a continuation of droplets. And we may swab at the first point, the last point, and one or two spots in between. So we don't always swab every single spot that we are seeing at a scene, and we don't always swab every single puddle that we see at a scene or pooling area that we see at a scene. But generally, we're swabbing or looking for areas that we think are of specific interest for the investigation.
When you decide what needs to be swabbed or what doesn't need to be swabbed, do you take into consideration the information that you were given by the responding deputies when you first arrive at a homicide scene?
Yes, ma'am, that's fair.
In this scene, when you arrived, did you ever become aware that there were any other victims other than the children, Jaylah and JJ Bass, in this scene?
For trauma, no, we were not aware of there being any other victims.
Did you have occasion to inspect or look at the firearm when it was found during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And the magazine of that firearm that was found during the execution of the search warrant, did you take that information into consideration, how many bullets or projectiles it held when you were looking for things in the children's bedroom, such as projectiles or casings?
For the totality of the investigation, yes, that was considered. The number of casings that were located in the bedroom, I believe, were found before we ever even found the firearm.
So when you are a scene detective at a homicide scene, we've used words such as projectiles and words such as casing. What's the difference between a projectile and a casing?
Projectile is kind of synonymous with bullet. It's the actual portion that goes out from the gun and strikes whatever it strikes. Our casing is the back portion of the entire bullet that is expelled from the firearm. In this case, if it's a semi-automatic, it's expelled out of the firearm and lands somewhere off to the side of where the firearm is at the time that the shot is fired.
So we're talking about things being expelled from firearms, and someone who may not have experience could get confused. Where does a projectile expel from a firearm?
When the trigger is pulled and the entire casing is ignited, the bullet is going out of the barrel, and then the slide is sliding back, and then your casing is coming out of the side. Generally speaking, most firearms are right side ported, so you're going to have your casing coming out of the right side, and generally speaking, again, most times it comes in a slightly backwards direction off to the right side. That is in a standard position of holding the firearm. Any variation of rotating the firearm or angling the firearm will cause that casing to come out at a slightly different angle.
How many total casings were found at this crime scene associated with this case?
We recovered 5 cent casings from the bedroom.
How many projectiles were recovered at the scene of this investigation?
We recovered 3 projectiles from the scene.
When you're saying 3 projectiles, does that include things like fragments?
Include what?
Things like fragments.
In this instance, I don't believe we recovered fragments. I think every one of the projectiles we recovered was intact.
During this investigation, you explained to us before that you worked closely with the lead investigator and other detectives in the case. Does that include finding out whether or not any of the victims who were transported to the hospital or to the medical examiner's office had projectiles or fragments contained within their bodies?
We would eventually become aware of that. I don't know if we were aware of that at the time that we were working our scene.
How many other projectiles were recovered?
There was 1 other projectile recovered from autopsy.
From whose body?
From Jaylah Bass's body.
May I have just a moment, Judge?
Yes.
I can just have a moment, Judge. I don't have any further questions, but I've made a bit of a mess, so I'm going to try to...
Cross.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, Detective?
That's fine.
All right, so how long have you been with the Sheriff's Department?
14 years now.
Alrighty, and a lot of your training for crime scene documentation is on the job, correct?
Correct.
You've done some outside presentations, but mainly you've received quite training during your years documenting scenes.
Correct.
Okay. I wanted to ask you first, you did in fact attend the autopsy, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You attended it with, I believe, CSI Durham?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, there had been some question, had there not, concerning Jaylah Bass's hands being bagged. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there was a question as to whether her hands had been bagged prior to coming to the medical examiner's office. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And the medical examiner's office, based on that, contacted you, advised you it had not been done per your agency, and asked you if you wished to have any special processing done on Jaylah's hands.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
All right. And you indicated to the medical examiner's office there was no special processing requested and no plans to swab her hands, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And when a witness gets their hands bagged, that's typically done at the scene?
I think if we're talking about bagged hands, we're usually talking about deceased, but yes, I don't know that we bag witnesses.
Did I say witnesses?
If we bag witnesses, we might be pissing people off, but yes, deceased, that's typically done at the scene if we're going to do it, yes.
I apologize, I misspoke and said witnesses. So in this case, Jaylah Bass's hands were bagged at the scene.
They were not bagged at the scene, no.
Hospital?
I believe at hospital, yes.
Okay. So when she arrives for the autopsy, her hands have been bagged.
Yes, ma'am.
And that bagging is to protect and preserve any evidence that might be on a person's hand, under their fingernails.
Yes, it can, correct.
Now, you don't have any contact with any civilians in this case, Mr. Bass, Mrs. Bass.
That's correct.
Now, casings, since you've talked about firearms and casings, you've indicated typically casings in a normal type firearm, semi-automatic that we're talking about, typically they eject to the right.
Correct.
In this specific case, with the Glock 42 that we have, that's .380 caliber, do you know what side the port is on?
I believe it's on the right side then.
Okay. And the port's going to be the area in which that casing ejects from?
Yes, it's the opening to allow that casing to eject.
Okay. Now, casings are fluid. They can be moved around, they can bounce, they can be kicked around, they can fall in different places, correct?
That's correct, yes.
When we spoke to you, you processed this scene on August 29th into August 30th of 2022, correct?
Yes, August 30th, correct.
Okay. And you had no idea that responding deputies had moved blankets from around the area of Jaylah more towards the eastern side in order to retrieve Jaylah. You didn't know about that, so we told you in deposition.
That's correct, ma'am.
Right. So you didn't know that at all. We advised you, let me know if this sounds accurate, about a year and 2 months later, October 17th of 2023.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
At that point, when you spoke with us and we gave you that information, had you watched any of the body cams of responders?
No, I don't believe I have, ma'am.
Have you, to this day, in the time you've had, been able to watch any of the body cams?
Yes, we've reviewed body cameras.
Okay. Now, since the blankets had been moved by first responders, you cannot give us any opinion as to the actual location of any of the casings that were located on the top bunk, correct?
That's fair, yes.
Now, we did, in fact, have one casing on the bottom bunk, correct?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And since deputies had moved the bedding, certainly a casing from the top bunk could have fallen onto the bottom bunk where we saw it.
Yes, it could have.
Without opening either mattress, were any photographs taken of the bottom of either mattress, top or bottom bunk?
No, I don't believe, other than what is already captured just in photographs of the wall, no, there's no kind of holding the camera upside down, just taking a photograph of the bottom, or once it was removed, I think all the pictures are from the top and the sides of the mattress.
For both the top and bottom bunk?
Correct, yes.
Now, we've talked about A, and A is, let's say this, a little more easier to travel or to follow than B was. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
So, and the states already went over A with you. I'm not going to go back over A. I just want to go back over B a little bit. And bear with me, please, Detective Hogelman. There's a lot of pictures. So we have states 22 RRR. You probably looked at this photo with Miss Reader. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So now we have the yellow evidence marker placed by Shannon Bader. It is labeled damage B, correct?
Correct.
All right. And I think you indicated that you guys had thought something originally, but then you determined that was not correct.
That's fair, yes.
All right. So basically, damage B was, and can we call it like a nick or so? What do you call it?
Just an impact point or an impact site, I would say.
Okay. So you originally thought, you and your agency thought, that damage B went through and through the top of the bunk bed into the hole that was behind the bunk bed, which is labeled B1.
That's correct.
And then you thought that that same hole or that same travel went to B2, which was in the bathroom and dug out of the drywall.
I think by the time we established B1 and B2 and rotted it, we realized it's pretty clearly not going to be the same as damage B. So I don't know if we ever got to assuming B2 might be an extension of that.
Okay. So B1 and B2, based on what you're seeing at the scene, you believe are clearly not a continuation of damage B, despite your original thought.
Correct.
You said something, let me see if we can see it in the same photo. I think we can. You said something about damage B having what is blood, that there's some blood around damage B, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You just testified to that? All right. Was that area swabbed above damage B?
I don't believe it was.
Was any sort of phenolphthalein testing done to determine that any item you saw of red substance above damage B was in fact blood?
No, I don't. If it wasn't swabbed, then I don't believe there would have been any pheno testing for it.
Okay. So when you're using the term blood, you're kind of assuming.
Presumptive, yes.
And it may very well be blood, right?
Right.
Okay. But you don't know. You can't tell this jury it was blood.
Right, I don't have chemical analysis to say that it's blood.
When you were continuing now and you're finding that projectile related to B1 and B2 in the wall, do you recall any debris or blood from that projectile? It would be B2 that was in the wall. Any debris or blood that you remember from that projectile?
No, I don't recall seeing anything on it.
Sticking with B, you gave Ms. Reader your opinion about that potentially a bullet hitting that B frame right here and going into the mattress where the hole is, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
And over here, that is the area, that's the area in which the projectile, which has been fired, is found somewhere in the mattress.
Yes, in the area of the mattress below damage B.
Okay. Now, can you tell this jury, since you've testified to that, that that's what happened in this case?
Definitively, no, I can't say because I wasn't there to see it with my own eyes. We don't have video of that. That is an inference drawn based on the other damages that we see, and then the fact that we do have a projectile in the mattress.
Okay. So you drew an inference in your, is it fair to say your opinion?
That's fair.
Okay. That something hit damage B and then went into the mattress, but you can't tell the jury that's what happened.
Definitively, no. Correct.
And damage B, can you even definitively tell this jury that damage B occurred from this case?
I don't, based off of what we see with the blood, well, with what you're going to say is going to be the presumed blood, yes, it would be our thought that this is going to be from this case, but definitively, no, I can't say that I absolutely have knowledge of the condition of this frame before this ever occurred. That is a conclusion that is drawn from our investigation.
And it may very well be, just as I talked about the blood, but you're not telling this jury you can definitively say damage B occurred that night, it was shot that night.
Yeah, I don't have the foreknowledge of or pre-existing knowledge of what the condition of the framework looked like.
Now, when the mattress had been opened up, and Ms. Reader was showing you photographs of the mattress, we could see the coils, correct?
Correct,
All right.
strings coils, yes.
And that's where you and your agency located a fired projectile.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when Ms. Reader was showing you that photograph, and you know which one I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
Or I'll have to sift through all the photos.
Yeah,
It was the opposite side that we should have been looking at. Is that correct?
The location of where the projectile is after asking?
Yeah.
Yes, if you're looking at the mattress as it would have been on the top bunk, it would have been nearer the front side of the frame, the open side, opposite to the wall side. So the defect or the damage that we believe is the entry point of that projectile is nearer to the frame where we saw B. The projectile is actually recovered nearer or on the opposite side of the mattress, away from the wall.
So it's kind of turned.
Yes, that was part of our conclusion of having impact. If it had impacted B and deflected or come ricocheting back, it's now coming in a direction back towards the direction it came from, and that's why it's located further onto the side of the mattress away from the wall.
Okay, so when I'm looking at that mattress, it's on the bottom bunk at the time that you guys are examining it and take the photos, correct?
Yes, it's photographed on the bottom bunk.
But that is actually the mattress from the top
top bunk, correct.
All right. So when I'm looking at that, and in the lower right-hand corner where we could see it pulled back, where would that specific area have been in terms of the frame and the wall?
That area that is peeled back from the frame of the wall is right there where damage B is, and below the green marker that's on the wall. That saturated area that we see in that corner of the mattress.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies that for me. So basically what we've done is we've moved the mattress from the top to the bottom, and then we have pulled it back to get the projectile out of there.
Correct.
Okay. Now, we also told you something else at deposition you were not aware of. Do you remember that?
I'm sure you're about to tell me.
If you don't worry. Didn't, in fact, we tell you at deposition...
Your Honor, this is hearsay.
World.
Didn't we, in fact, advise you at deposition on October 17th of 23, which is about a year and 2 months later, that CSI Bader had actually documented that the projectile came from the bottom mattress?
Yes, I believe that was mentioned at the meeting with us.
And she had indicated that in reports. It's even on property receipts where evidence is listed, correct?
I did specifically see it on property, yes.
Okay, thank you. My question then, Detective Hobelman, did you discuss that with her after our deposition where we pointed that out to you? Did you kind of discuss it with her and let her know she made an error?
I'm sure I did. I don't recall specifically the conversation, but yes.
Sure. And that's something you should do.
Yes.
Right? Now, we talked a little bit about potentially the red substance above B and B itself. You can't tell this jury that's specifically from this event. How about A? A could be from this event, but you cannot specifically tell this jury it definitely was. And I'm speaking of A, A1, A2, and A3.
That's fair, yes.
Right. And again, it very well could be, and you've done the rotting, but you cannot definitively say it is related.
Right, that's fair.
Were the mattresses kept?
No, I do not believe either mattress was retained.
Okay. Do you know why? I know you have a big property department.
No, just the photographs and documentation of it at the scene, I think we felt was complete at that point.
You also told us, you gave an opinion about where the gun was, that the gun would be facing towards A. You can't say that's where the gun was facing, correct?
I can only say that with projectile damage, that at some point the muzzle of the gun has to be pointed in that direction for the projectile to take that path.
The gun could be on the top bunk, it could be off the bunk, just pointed in that direction.
Anywhere along that same line of where the rod, if you extrapolate it out the same angle that that rod is at, anywhere along that pathway, the gun could be pointed or held.
Okay, that makes more sense, anywhere along that pathway. And guns move, people move, will you agree with that?
That's fair, yes.
And I know you had some involvement with additional items in the kids' room, and I would like to find those photos, if you could bear with me, Detective Hobelman. Detective Hobelman, 22P State's Exhibit, do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And this appears to be, and Ms. Bader talked about it yesterday as well, this appears to be some sort of baby bassinet with an evidence marker 7, and there's some items contained within it.
Correct.
Okay. What did you determine the black item to be?
So within this little toy wash tub, that item that is the black item appears to be an in-pocket holster.
What does that mean?
So in pocket, that settles into the trigger guard of a firearm, of a smaller compact firearm. It doesn't allow when somebody's reaching, the objective is for it, when you reach into the pocket, your finger can't incidentally brush the trigger or set the firearm off in your own pocket. So while it doesn't hold the firearm, it kind of makes the firearm safer or safe to carry within the pocket.
Okay. So is it actually called a clip or a holster? What would you call it?
Yeah, I keep referring to a holster. It may be closer, you could call it a clip. It's probably closer to a clip than a holster.
Okay. And do we know, does that fit any type of gun, or do you have any way of knowing?
Just based off of measurements, it could be compared to see if it matches a specific gun or not. Sometimes they're made to accommodate a number of different ranges or a couple different makes or models of firearm.
Okay. And did you do anything to determine that clip or that holder, whether it could have been used on the gun recovered in this case?
I did not know him.
Okay. And again, you're just documenting the scene. That may not have been something that you would have been tasked to do.
That's fair. Yes.
And that is located somewhere in pretty close proximity to the bunk bed. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, that item's a little unusual there, isn't it? You find it to be a little bit unusual.
It's a gun accessory in a children's room, so yes, based on that information, I would say it's a little bit unusual.
Now, you helped execute the search warrant, collected items, documented the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, there's no full search done of the townhouse until you have that warrant signed.
Correct.
And one of the other areas that you noticed was the children's bedroom closet. Do you remember the closet in the children's bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
This is Defense Exhibit 1, entered into evidence. Do you recognize that, Detective Hogelman?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does that picture depict in Defense Exhibit 1?
This is, I believe, is the the children's closet.
And what of significance was located in the children's closet?
As I recall, a brownish bag or backpack.
Okay. Can we see it in the photo, maybe?
I think that is the top of it, down at the bottom of the photograph.
And for the record, I'm just
To the
pointing...
right of where the dark pants are. Yeah.
There you go. Okay, to the right of the dark pants, under this brown coat.
Correct.
Thank you, Detective. Was anything else collected out of that closet?
Just some of the materials that were in that bag.
Okay, and we're going to talk about that a little bit more. Let me ask you first. 380 live rounds that could have then been fired in a firearm. Were there any 380 live rounds found anywhere in the home?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where were they found?
In the children's bedroom.
All right, we have 22 UUU and back to the state's exhibit. Is this the, as you've described it, backpack? Is this the same one that we just talked about in Defense Exhibit 1?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
All right, and tell the jury, and we talked to Shannon about this yesterday, Ms. Bader, but you tell us what in fact you saw, and it is marked by evidence marker, yellow evidence marker 19. What was in that, Detective?
What we see here, what appears to be a portion of a holster, a box, fully loaded or fully all 50 cartridges of 380 Norma ammunition, and then a spare magazine.
Okay, and that Norma ammunition, I think you already know, but I will go closer. It is 380.
Correct, ma'am.
And how about that magazine? Do we know if it fits in a 380?
I don't recall if it's a 380 magazine or not.
And the other item you said was a holster?
Yes, it does appear to be a holster.
Is that going to be a little bit different than the clip we looked at a little bit ago?
Yes, this one would actually attach to the belt or the pants.
Okay. And do we know if that would fit a 380?
I don't know. I think it was soft-sided, so again, that usually runs a range of different makes or models that it could accommodate.
Okay. Thank you. Now, the bag itself was not collected by your agency, only the items inside, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know why the bag was not collected?
I think what we identified as evidentiary were the materials that were inside the bag. The bag didn't appear to be involved directly, worn by somebody, or anything identifiable on the bag that would have assisted with the investigation.
And finding that bag with 380 ammo, a magazine, and a holster, did you also find that odd that it was in the children's closet?
It could be seen as odd, yes. It's not generally a place that we would find those items, yes.
Now, there was blood down on the east end of the bunk bed. We have or the top mattress. We have talked a lot about the west side where the pillow is and where the projectile holes are that we've already discussed, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And there's blood down on the eastern side. Can you give us any opinion as to who that blood is?
I did not know we were doing the investigation whose blood that might be.
Okay. And to this day, you would not know whose blood that was, correct?
That's correct.
And any of those areas on the eastern end, and we used the photos yesterday with Ms. Bader, are you aware of any swabs taken from the mattress itself on the east end?
No.
Mandalorian Comforter was.
Right,
All right.
yes.
There was also, and again, we looked at the picture yesterday with Ms. Bader, there was also some blood on the wall and the blood on the back railing, kind of where you're V-shaping around the east end. I'm not talking about the staircase.
Right.
There was also what appeared to be a red substance. Did you have her swab any of that?
No, I don't believe any of that swabbed.
Okay. There were some swabbing done, I believe L, M, and N on the ladder, correct, Detective?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. There were some other areas down on the ladder, potentially other transfer stains, also maybe a drip on the stair on the ladder. Those were not swabbed.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you have any concern whatsoever of contamination by the fact that mattress was moved to the bottom?
At the time that we were moving that mattress, we'd already taken all of our swabs of the areas that we were intending on collecting. So at that point, we were not as worried about contamination. I don't believe any other swabs were taken once that mattress starts getting moved.
Okay. And what happens to the bottom mattress when you're moving the top mattress to the bottom?
I recall the bottom mattress being pushed further in, but I don't know. I think the mattresses would have been in contact with each other at some point.
All right. What do you mean pushed further in?
Because there's a little bit of a void there, I think it was moved a little bit further in to accommodate a little bit of room for the top mattress.
So you're saying that both mattresses were somehow on that bottom bunk while you were testing the top mattress that had been moved there?
No, there's no testing being done. That's just the cutting into the
Well, that's
mattress.
what I meant. I
Yes,
apologize.
the very end. It's almost the very last thing we did before leaving the house is remove the mattress from the top bunk, photograph it as we're cutting into it, and then remove the projectile from it.
Okay. As you went through with Ms. Reeder in detail.
Correct.
All right. But are you saying then that both mattresses were still on the bottom slats when you did that?
That's correct.
Okay. We saw some gauze that appeared to have a red substance or blood at the top of the stairs. Do you know who that belonged to, Detective?
I do not know.
And the metal clip that you've even described with Miss Bader, why was that found to be of significance?
As I recall, it was mentioned that there might have been a head wrapping or some sort of item on the male juvenile's head. So we weren't sure if that might have been a clip for that head wrap.
Okay. So did you talk to any of the responding deputies about the fact they had wrapped his head?
I talked to responding deputies. I don't recall them saying anything about the head wrap.
But you've described it as something that appears to attach gauze.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Were you responsible for collecting any phones from the scene?
As I recall, we did collect one phone from the couch.
A blue iPhone?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Do you know who that phone belonged to?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Now, downstairs by the couch, there appeared to be some substance on the floor. Do you remember that? Let me try to find the photo for you.
I believe you're probably referring to the area that looks a little bit like footprint.
Absolutely decisive, yeah. I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Yep.
I have co-counsel going through the other photos. Again, bear with me, there's a lot of photos. Okay, I actually found it. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Fenley. Now, this is going to be States 22B, marked by red substance A. Do you recognize that? And is that what we're speaking of?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that is in close proximity to where the couch is downstairs.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And are you aware, in fact, that that is the couch that Mr. Bass sat holding his son, JJ?
Yes, I am aware of that.
And for illustration, we have 22A. Is this the couch that we're speaking of?
Yes.
It's marked by evidence marker 1.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's fine.
Evidence marker 1 is actually documenting that clip.
Correct.
So the area, we can see it clearly in this photo that we just looked at in red substance B larger is going to be this area here.
That's correct.
Okay. So you would agree with me that that's in close proximity to the couch?
Yes, ma'am.
Was anything done? What was done with that?
Just the photograph with the measurements as seen that we just looked at.
Okay. Was there anything that could have been done, Amido black, or anything else to see if it was a footprint, to see if there could be any sort of identification?
I think based on size and what the general appearance of it, at a couple different angles, you can even see where it looks like there might have been toe prints. Based on training experience, it was our thought it is a footprint. In terms of blood collection or processing, I don't believe any was done. I know the floor was textured, so I don't recall. There may have been conversation about there being a difficulty of trying to lift that print with the texture of the floor, but I don't recall there being any processing like Amido black done for it.
Now, it's not really surprising for you to see that because you know from the facts of this case that Mr. Bass carried his son down and they were down in that area.
That's correct.
Right. Okay. And it did appear to be, like, to you, a smaller footprint.
Smaller, yes.
I need to ask you about defense exhibits 2C. Do you recognize that, Detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, there is a pink children's car in the lower right-hand corner of that exhibit, and there appears to be some substance on it. Did you direct anybody, specifically Ms. Bader or anybody else, to swab that to determine what that might have been?
No, it was not swabbed.
I want to talk to you about defense 2A and B. Do you recognize this, Detective?
Yes, ma'am. This is going to be the back side of the front door.
That's as far as it goes. Better, I can see that, okay?
Yeah.
It just shows the whole door there. Okay. I have a close-up, Shannon Bader's photos, Defense Exhibit 2B. Is that just going to be a close-up of the photograph we just looked at?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's going to be on the back side of the front door.
Correct.
Okay. What was done in terms of processing of this red substance in these two defense exhibits?
Just photographs were taken.
Was any attempt made, even an attempt made, to potentially lift, say for example, see if there might have been some prints here, or find out whose blood it might be?
No,
if
I
it's
don't.
blood.
Yeah, I don't believe there were. The fingerprint smudges closer to the lock area or the lower portion of the door, I believe, did not appear to have any detail to them. But no, there was no additional processing done for the fingerprints or
Just-
for the print areas.
Gotcha. And no DNA swab, just the print,
Correct.
just the photographs. Okay. Thank you, Detective. Were you involved in searching the master bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in terms of the master bedroom, there was not anything recovered ballistics-wise that involved 380s, correct?
That's correct.
Now, what we just looked at in the Defense Exhibit 2A and B on the back of the door, would you agree with me that that would have been a pretty significant piece of evidence if somebody has their hand in blood or touches it and has blood on them? Could that be a significant piece of evidence?
It could have been. We knew there were multiple people going in and out of the door that had potentially bloody hands. Yes.
Did you see in the body cams how the door remains open?
I believe it is open for a period of time for some of the body camera, yes.
Okay. In terms of when I say open, the back of the front door that I just showed you where the staining is would have been up against the wall.
That's correct.
Was any GSR testing done in this case that you're aware of, Detective, on Jaylah Bass, on the son, JJ Bass?
No, there was none done.
Okay. Did you request for any of it to be done?
No.
All right. I want to ask you a little bit more, and I'm wrapping up for you, Detective, on the Mandalorian Comforter. I understand there was some additional testing done by Ms. Bader. Were you involved with that?
I was not present, but I was aware of what the additional work was.
Okay. So there was additional testing done to take a swab of one of the red substances on the blanket.
Correct.
Or comforter. And in fact, there were photographs and specific infrared light used to try to lift gunshot residue.
At least see if there was something that would be consistent with that, yes.
And you guys can do that. You have these lights, you put it on, potentially you can see gunshot residue.
You can at least see something that would be consistent with what gunshot residue would be. We can't definitively say that. We would have to send it off for additional testing to be able to say that.
And my next question, was anything sent off on that Mandalorian comforter, what we just talked about, to determine if there was gunshot residue on that Mandalorian comforter?
No, we did not send it to a private lab.
Okay, you didn't do anything with it?
That's correct.
And that potentially could put that comforter in closer relation on the bed to where the shooter is, potentially.
It could, yes.
All right, I want to ask you just a question about, Ms. Reeder talked to you about items that were sent off, and you and I discussed areas that were not swabbed as well. You used the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to send off swabs, say from the firearm, swabs on the wall. There was a swab labeled O that was on the mattress. That is the agency you use, correct?
Yes, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FDLE, yes, ma'am.
Now, Florida Department of Law Enforcement does have a limit, correct?
That's correct.
However, they have a limit per submission. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
All right. So technically, in this case, are you privy to how many submissions there were?
I don't know the full number of submissions that there were now.
Quite a few?
Yes.
All right. So a limit, and it's 5 per submission.
Correct.
Right. So you could submit 5 per submission, and technically then you could keep doing that. There's really no limit on what you can send.
Just time, correct.
Just what?
Just time.
Oh, okay. Too much time to do all that?
No, too much time in terms of usually 10 to 12 months until we're getting a turnaround for
I
DNA
got
to
you.
come back. Yeah.
I got you. It would take too long to send that many items.
We would potentially not have some of those items returned to us before trial was done.
Okay. When were the items sent off?
I don't recall the specific date that they're sent off.
Because what is it now, at about 2.5 years since this incident took place, roughly?
Correct, yes.
Okay. All right, but in addition to that submission limit, you can even get exceptions for that,
Occasionally,
right?
yes,
Right,
yes.
and it's just a phone call or an email.
Above us, but yes, yeah.
Right, okay. Your superiors
Correct.
make a phone call or send an email, so really, there's no limit.
Just based off of what FDLE is willing to say yes or accept, there still has to be a cause or a reason to request additional time.
And a lot of the things in this case concerning the children's bedroom and the bunk bed, that would be pretty significant, wouldn't it?
It could be yes.
Okay. And if FDLE refused to take additional items, there are other independent labs that can be used?
Correct.
Okay. But in this case, there wasn't any need to go above FDLE because the items that you wanted to send, or Detective Gabot, were sent.
Correct.
No other items besides the ones that got sent.
That's fair, yes.
Okay. May I have a moment, Judge?
Yes. Just a second. Just a second.
I had asked you about any GSR that was done, or actually not done, on Jaylah Bass or Jermaine, the son, JJ, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of any GSR done on the hands of my client, Jermaine Bass?
No, I don't believe there was.
Are you aware of any GSR testing done on Shirley Bass?
No, ma'am, I don't believe there was.
Now, does FDLE do gunshot residue testing?
I don't believe they do in terms of interpretation for identifying GSR.
There are other labs that do that, correct?
Correct, there are private labs, yes.
So technically, if your agency had taken gunshot residue of the son or Jaylah or Mrs. Bass or Mr. Bass, it could have been sent off to an outside agency.
Yes, it's while they're done at the scene, yes, it can be sent out.
And as we've established, they were not.
Correct.
Okay. But it certainly could have been done had it been requested in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
I thank you so much, Detective Hogelman.
Thank you.
Defense counsel showed you a picture of what looked like a handprint on the back of the front door. Do you recall that photo?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that there was no further testing done on it. Did you submit it to anyone else at your agency to look at it any further?
We did submit to our fingerprint analysis unit.
Were you able to get any results from that request for fingerprint analysis of that photo?
No, we were not. It was not a value comparison, meaning they were not able to get sufficient detail from the photograph and or the contents of the photograph to be able to make an identification.
Now, at the beginning, when you first arrived to the scene and throughout your investigation, did you ever become aware or of anyone else being injured in this case besides Jermaine Bass, the little boy, or Jaylah Bass, the little girl?
No, ma'am. I was not aware of anybody else being injured.
Defense counsel spoke to you about swabbing and sending things off for DNA. Would the results of any swabs or DNA taken from the top mattress that we've discussed in this case help you resolve whether or not the gun going off was an accident?
I don't
I'm
believe
going
so.
to object to that speculation, improper opinion.
All right. Sustained.
Would any DNA swabs that were taken from the top mattress discussed by defense counsel at the locations decided by defense counsel, would that have helped you decide whether or not, or who the shooter of the gun was?
Same objection.
Sustained.
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
All right. You can step down, sir. Thank you.
Is he released from his subpoena?
Yes. I would ask him to remain under subpoena, but he's free to leave the courthouse.
All right, you're still subject to recall. Thank you. Call your next witness.
Maybe your first briefly, Judge?
Sure.
Testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
You can come this way.
Good morning. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
Good morning. My name is Danielle Weinstein, D-A-N-I-E-L-L-E, W-E-I-N-S-T-E-I-N.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weinstein. Ms. Weinstein, what are you employed?
I'm employed by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, or FDLE.
And what is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement? If you can explain what that agency is to the jury.
Sure. It is an agency that helps out with criminal investigations. We have a laboratory and an investigative services.
All right. How long have you been working with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
For about 8 years.
All right. What did you do before you started working at Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
I was just getting my degrees before then.
Okay. What degree did you obtain?
So I went to Cedar Crest College, which was in Allentown, Pennsylvania, where I received my Bachelor of Science in Genetic Engineering with a concentration in Forensic Science, and then I continued to receive my Master of Science in Forensic Science.
Okay, same school?
Yes.
Okay. And after receiving those, did you have any training before starting work with Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
I had training that was given by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
All right. And what does that training involve?
So the training through FDLE takes about 1.5 years. In the first part, I'm doing readings of journal articles and textbooks. I'm working on practice samples, and I'm taking written, oral, and practical exams. And then in the second part, I'm working on casework underneath the supervision of a trained analyst. And the entire thing finishes with an oral board, which I successfully completed. And that means that I am certified by FDLE in forensic serology and DNA analysis.
Do you have a particular title?
I'm a crime laboratory analyst in the biology section.
And what are your duties as a crime laboratory analyst, like on a general basis?
So generally, I'm assigned cases by my supervisor, and I may do forensic serology testing, so that's testing for body fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva. And then I may forward samples through the DNA analysis process to develop DNA profiles. I can look at any questioned DNA profiles from the evidence, and I can compare any known DNA profiles from known people in the case. I can write reports, and I can come to court on an as-needed basis.
All right, and so you just mentioned some words. Can you explain to the jury what is forensic serology and DNA analysis?
Sure. So forensic serology is the testing of body fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva. And then forensic DNA analysis is the further testing of those cells or body fluids in order to develop DNA profiles. These are all done on items of evidence.
And what are DNA profiles? What does that mean?
A DNA profile essentially looks like peaks on a graph. It is representative of being from human DNA. That's essentially what DNA profiles are.
You belong to any professional organizations?
No, I do not.
Okay. And is the lab work you do accredited?
Yes, it is.
And is the lab itself accredited?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how many DNA analysis have you done, do you believe, in your career?
Definitely, I've worked on over 800 cases at this point.
Do you have any continuing educational training as part of your job with FDLE?
Yes, we do. We are required to have 16 hours at least of continuing education per year. This involves reading journal articles to keep up with everything that's going on, and watching webinars, and going to conferences as well.
All right. And do you ever take proficiency tests?
Yes, I do.
What are those?
A proficiency test is a test that, as a DNA analyst, I need to take twice per year. It's essentially a test that's given by an external agency where no one at FDLE knows the answers. I treat it just as if I would, using our normal procedures, working it as if it's evidence. And then I send the results back to the agency, and they grade it on a pass-fail basis.
And have you passed every proficiency test you've been given?
Yes, I have.
And have you ever testified in court as an expert in DNA analysis?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
About 19 times.
Judge, at this time I would tend to the witness if you have any questions.
No questions.
Okay, thank you. All right, explain, and you kind of started this a little bit when I was talking about DNA. Now, what is DNA? If you can explain what DNA is to the jurors in terms of, like, for lay people to understand.
Sure. So DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is the building blocks of all living things that make up everything in the world that's alive. DNA in the human body is within every cell, with the exception of mature red blood cells. You're going to get half of your DNA from your mother and half from your father to make you who you are. Greater than 99% of our DNA is the same from person to person, and less than 1% is different. So it's within that less than 1% where people are going to be unique and where I do my testing. There is the caveat of I would not be able to tell identical twins apart. They would appear to have the same DNA profile.
Even that unique 1% would be the same when you're talking about identical twins?
With my testing, yes, that's correct.
And where is DNA? You mentioned on every cell of the body. So where is it found typically?
It is found all over the entire body, every single cell. So in all of the body fluids, in cells in the hands. It's found in the roots of the hair as well.
So like skin cells?
Yes, skin cells as well.
What is the method of DNA testing that you use in your lab?
So we use STR DNA testing.
And what does that mean? What is STR testing?
STR stands for short tandem repeats. These are short repeating areas along the DNA. I look at a total of 21 different STR areas, and that's what makes up the DNA profile. As I had mentioned, getting half your DNA from your mother and half from your father, you're going to have one DNA type from each parent at each of those 21 areas. So a DNA profile will contain 2 DNA types at each area for one person.
All right. And how long has STR testing been used?
That's been used for over 30 years, since the 1990s.
All right, is it generally accepted in the forensic science community?
Yes, it is.
Now, when did you first become involved in the Jermaine Bass case?
I first received evidence back in the beginning of 2022, I believe. Or 2023.
If you need to look at your report
Sorry, yeah.
to refresh your recollection, you can.
The first submission that I received was 10/19/2022.
Okay, so October 19th of 2022 is when you first received the submission.
Yes.
All right. What item in that submission in October of 2022 were you given to analyze?
I was given 4 different items. There were swabs from a magazine base, swabs from the grip and trigger, and swabs from the slide and sights. These are all from a Glock 42 firearm. And then there were also buckle swabs from Jermaine Bass Jr.
And explain to the jury what buccal swabs are.
So buccal swabs are a known DNA swab that's taken from the inside cheek of a person's mouth. I'm given the buccal swabs to use as a known standard for the person, so I'll get a known DNA profile for them.
Okay, so when you get a buccal swab that's identified as being to an individual, you will break down that DNA so that you can form an entire profile to use later to compare it to other items. Is that right?
Yes, I can explain our DNA analysis process if
Okay.
you'd like.
Sure, absolutely.
So for the DNA analysis process, I first cut a swab and place it into a tube, and then that goes through the process. There are 4 steps. The first step is called extraction. That's where I'm using chemicals and heat to break open the cells and release the DNA. And the second step is called quantitation. That's where I'm determining how much DNA, how much human DNA is in each of my samples. And then the third step, that's called amplification, and that's where we use another instrument that is kind of like a photocopier. It's highlighting all of those 21 areas, those STR areas that I want to look at, and it's making millions of copies of them. And then the final step is where I'm detecting that DNA. I'm running it on an instrument that's separating out the DNA, and it's translating that information into a DNA profile, which looks like peaks on a graph.
All right. Now, when you receive these items, which you've described as swabs from the magazine base, swabs from grip/trigger, swabs from slide/sights, and the buccal swabs from Jermaine Bass, are each of these items packaged individually?
Yes, they are.
Is there any chance of contamination between any of the items?
Not as far as I know. When I receive each item, and I'm working each item, I only have 1 item of evidence open at a time, and I clean my lab bench and all my utensils in between each item of evidence as well.
Okay. And you described what type of instrument did you say you use?
We use for which part?
Just for the analysis part. You were saying you use an instrument that you put them in or something?
Sure, we use a lot of different instruments. So we use the instrument that does our quantitation, it's called a 7500. The instrument that does the amplification step, so making all the copies, that's called a Verity thermal cycler. And then the final step, where I was talking about separating out the DNA and translating that information, that's a 3500 genetic analyzer instrument.
All right, and are these instruments inspected and certified on a regular basis?
Yes, they are.
All right. Now, were you able to develop a profile for comparison from the buccal swabs of Jermaine Bass Jr.?
Yes, I was.
All right. Did you then attempt to make a comparison with the other swabs that you received in this initial submission, which was the first submission you received, correct?
Yes, so I obtained a complete DNA profile from the buccal swabs from Jermaine Bass. So that means there was DNA at all of the 21 areas I was looking at. And then I went on to look at the swabs from the magazine base and the other swabs from the grip and trigger and the slide and sights. And I determined
Well, before you, I'll go through each one individually. Why don't we do that to make it a little easier? So, did you compare the known swab or the known DNA of Jermaine Bass Jr. with the swabs from the magazine base of the Glock 42 firearm?
Yes, I did. So prior to my comparison, I will look at the overall DNA profile that I get from the magazine base, and I'll determine a conclusion about it. So what I first determined was that the DNA results that I obtained demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor. So then with that mixture, I then compared Jermaine Bass Jr., and he was included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile.
Okay, so he was included, but were you able to make a statistical determination of the likelihood that his DNA was included in that?
So the statistic that I calculated was that the observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Jermaine Bass Jr. and one unrelated individual than from two unrelated individuals.
So 700 billion to 1 that he would be one of the included ones, correct? Basically?
No, so the statistic needs to be stated in a very specific way.
Okay.
The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Jermaine Bass Jr. and one unrelated individual than from two unrelated individuals.
Okay. All right. And 700 billion, how many people are there on this planet?
So there's probably about 7 billion people on the planet. Our statistic, of course, is not related to the people on the planet, but it is easier to think about how 7 times 100 would give you 700 billion people. So it's just kind of a cutoff and a threshold that we use, where the actual statistic is greater than that.
All right. So in that particular swab from the magazine base of the Glock, you had determined that it was that he was likely included as a contributor to the DNA on that particular swab, Jermaine Bass Jr.
Jermaine Bass Jr. was included as a possible contributor, yes.
Okay. What about the slide and sights of the firearm, which was the swabs from the slide sights of the Glock 42 firearm? Were you able to make any determination from that particular swab?
For the swabs from the slide and sights, for that result, I got limited DNA results, so that data was not interpretable. This means in this case that there were DNA types in the profile, but there wasn't enough information for me to really determine, is it one person, is it more than one person? So I decided I can do no further interpretation on this. I can't do any comparisons to it.
Okay. So no comparisons really, or nothing you could say about the slide or sights from that particular swab?
It was not interpretable, no.
Okay. What about the grip and the trigger, the swabs from the grip and the trigger? Now, and when you received these submissions, you're titling them swabs from grip and trigger. Did you actually make the swabs?
I did not take the swabs. The swabs were taken by the agency and then sent to me.
Okay, so when you write down swabs from grip/trigger, that's what you were being told was the title of the swab, correct?
Yes, that's what they were labeled as.
Okay. And what did you determine from the swab from the grip and trigger?
For the swabs from the grip and trigger, the DNA results obtained demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor. And then I did my comparison, just like in the other sample, where Jermaine Bass Jr. was included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile. And then I continued on to calculate my statistic, which was that the observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Jermaine Bass Jr. and 1 unrelated individual than from 2 unrelated individuals.
When you finished these so in other words, basically you included Jermaine Bass Jr. on the grip and trigger as well as the magazine base, but you were unable to get anything from the slider sites, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, when you are finished with your findings, do you submit a report?
Yes, I do.
Okay. When did you submit the report on these particular findings?
This report was submitted on February 13th, 2023.
All right. Now, after submitting this report, did you receive another submission?
Yes, I did.
And what submission what did you receive?
In the next submission, I received buccal swabs from Shirley Bass.
All right. What was the date of that submission?
The date of my laboratory report, that was...
Or the date it was submitted to you?
I'm not sure if I have that number.
If I can, may I approach the witness, Judge?
Do you just want the laboratory report? Oh, I see.
Yeah.
My apologies, yes. The evidence was submitted on May 11th, 2023.
Okay. So on May 11th of 2023, what were you given?
I was given buccal swabs from Shirley Bass.
All right. What did you do with that submission?
So I ran the swabs through the DNA analysis process, and I obtained a complete DNA profile from those known buccal swabs.
So you obtained from this buccal swab a complete DNA profile of Shirley Bass?
Correct.
Okay. And what did you do with that profile?
So then I compared the profile to the swabs from the magazine base and the swabs from the grip and trigger, those mixtures that I had before.
And were you able to include Shirley Bass as a possible contributor for either one of those areas?
No, I was not.
Okay. So you did not locate the DNA of Shirley Bass on either the grip or the trigger, as well as or the base of the magazine?
Objection, that's misleading, Judge.
Ask the question again.
You were not able to determine or find DNA belonging to Shirley Bass to include her on either one of those submissions?
Specifically for the swabs from the magazine base, when I compared the DNA profile from Shirley Bass to that mixture, there was not enough support for inclusion or exclusion. So no determination could be made to that item. So essentially there were some DNA types of hers present, but the calculation was very low. It gave a very low statistic, which is not very descriptive. It cannot tell me whether or not her DNA may or may not be present in the sample, so I cannot include or exclude her. And then as far as the swabs from the grip and trigger, Shirley Bass was excluded as a contributor, so her DNA types were not present in that mixed DNA profile.
Okay. So she was specifically excluded from the grip and trigger, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And when was this report completed?
This report was completed July 18th, 2023.
Did you, after receiving or after completing this report and submitting it, did you receive another submission on this case?
Yes, I did.
And when did you receive that submission?
I received this, or my lab received it on July 27th, 2023.
And what was that submission?
I received a blood stain card that was represented as being from Jaylah Bass.
All right. And were you able to obtain a DNA profile from that submission of Jaylah Bass?
Yes, I obtained a complete DNA profile.
All right. And what did you do with that complete DNA profile that you obtained of Jaylah Bass?
So I then compared it to those previous mixtures that I had from the evidence.
All right. And what were your results?
For the magazine base, Jaylah was included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile. And the statistic I calculated to that was that the observed mixed DNA profile is approximately 25,000 times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Jaylah Bass and one unrelated individual than from two unrelated individuals.
Okay, so 25,000 versus 700 billion, that's a big difference in the statistical probability, correct?
Yeah, so it's still an inclusion, it's still a higher statistic, but it's not quite to the level of greater than 700 billion.
Okay. What about the grip and trigger? Were you able to obtain, or were you able to make a comparison in that particular case?
Yeah, so for the swabs from the grip and trigger, Jaylah Bass was excluded as a contributor to the mixed DNA profile.
So her DNA was, you were not able to find her DNA at all on the grip or trigger?
Her DNA types were not present.
Okay. And when was this report done?
This report was completed September 13th, 2023.
Did you at any time receive another submission from on this case?
Yes, I did.
And when was that submission received?
This one was received October 26th, 2023.
All right, and what did you receive in that submission?
I received buccal swabs from Jermaine Bass, which I was told was the son.
Okay. Were you able to develop a profile from that submission?
Yes, I developed a complete DNA profile from those buccal swabs.
And were you able to make any comparisons with that known profile?
Yes, I did. I compared it to those previous mixtures.
And what did you find?
For the swabs from the magazine base, Jermaine Bass was included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile. And the statistic I calculated was that the observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Jermaine Bass and one unrelated individual than from two unrelated individuals.
Go ahead, finish.
And then also compared to the swabs from the grip and trigger, for that one, Jermaine Bass was also included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile. The statistic sounds the same. The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Jermaine Bass and one unrelated individual than from two unrelated individuals.
So in this particular case, and I'm going to go through, so you have on the grip and trigger two potential contributors, and you now identified both the father and the son as potential or possible inclusion in those as the two donors, correct?
For the grip and trigger, I have included both the father and son, yes.
Right. And on the base of the magazine, you indicated two donors, but in this particular case, you've indicated now to the jury that there was the father, the son, and potentially the daughter as well. So that's three donors, correct?
Yes, that is correct. Which doesn't totally make sense for a mixture of two donors to have three people included to it. But the reasoning for this is because they're all related biologically. So I did go back and do further figuring out who may be actually included.
And what did you determine? Explain that to the jury, what you determined.
Sure. So I had written another report, actually, that was just about doing more statistics to try to figure out who may be included. So I was able to compare combinations of two people. So again, like the reason for all three appearing to be included is because they're all related, they're all sharing DNA, right? A father is going to give half their DNA to the children. So it can look like somebody, when compared individually, is present because their DNA types are present. But in comparing them in combinations of two instead, I'm able to figure out who may be in the profile. So essentially I did combinations of comparing both Jermaine Bass Jr. and Jaylah Bass, and comparison of comparing Jermaine Bass the son and Jaylah Bass. And for both of those, when looking at the profiles taken together, and I also calculated statistics to it as well, both of them were not possible to occur together. So the father-daughter together and the two siblings together could not occur together. So when compared together, they were excluded. And then so basically what I was trying to determine is what's the best explanation for this data. So this mixture is best explained if the father, Jermaine Bass Jr., and the son, Jermaine Bass, are included together. So that statistic that I calculated to that inclusion is that the observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Jermaine Bass Jr. and Jermaine Bass than if it originated from two unrelated individuals.
All right. So basically, by doing those combinations, it excludes Jaylah Bass as being a contributor to this mixture.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Now, did you do a test to determine what type of DNA? Meaning, was it touch DNA? Was it from saliva? Was it from blood? Were you able to did you do any of that type of determination with these swabs?
I did not. I'm not able to know what the DNA came from.
Okay. And so we talk about touch DNA. Explain to the jury what touch DNA is.
Sure. So touch DNA is just DNA that comes from the hands, from handling or touching an object or a person.
All right. And would, like, say, perspiration, say you were sweating, could that transfer or go onto a gun? Or go onto any object, basically?
Yes, so touch DNA transfers at any time you're touching an item. So in general, it's going to vary throughout the day, even from with one person. If somebody has recently washed their hands, they're obviously going to have less DNA on their hands. If somebody, say, has recently coughed into their hand, they maybe have some saliva in their hand, and body fluids are going to contain more DNA than just cells from the hand. So they could have more DNA in that case to transfer to an item. Yeah, those are different ways.
How long does it take to touch something and leave DNA?
It really only takes a brief touch, but it just will also depend on whether I can detect it, how like swabs are collected, for instance.
Okay. But it doesn't take much time. In other words, if I were to grab this right here, push that or something, I could leave touch DNA on that particular location.
Yes, you could.
Did you eventually receive a final submission in this case?
Yes, I did.
All right. And do you recall when that submission was?
It was submitted to me on March 7th, 2024.
Okay, and what was that submission in March 7th of 2024?
So this was swabs from a Mandalorian comforter from area number 6 on the comforter.
All right, what did you do with that swab?
So that swab did have red-brown staining on it. So I used a color change test, which gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. And then I continued to send the swab through the DNA analysis process. And I obtained a complete DNA profile consistent with a male individual.
All right, and did you compare that profile with the known profiles you already had done in this case?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to make a match in this particular case?
Yes, for this complete DNA profile from the Mandalorian comforter, this DNA profile matches the DNA profile from Jermaine Bass, so that's the son. And the statistic that I calculated was that the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if a sample originated from Jermaine Bass than if it originated from an unrelated individual.
And was the son Jermaine Bass the sole contributor in this? Was there any, or were there any other donors that you located?
It was just a single source, meaning it came from one person. So Jermaine Bass was the one who matched to it.
All right. Did you receive any other submissions after that submission?
No, I did not.
All right. And did that basically conclude your work on this case as far as what you did in your lab analysis?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Judge, if I could have one moment. All right, Your Honor, I will pass the witness.
All right. Press.
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Now, you are aware, in this case, some of the alleged facts, correct?
Yes, I'm given a case summary on the front end when I get every case that comes from the agency.
And that's typical.
Yes.
And you were very careful in terms of the son and the father having the same name.
Yes.
And Jermaine Bass Jr., the swab you got before the other one, would be the father.
Yes, that's correct.
And then the son was just Jermaine Bass.
Yes, that's how the swabs were labeled when they came to me.
Okay. Now, it would not be at all unusual for there to be DNA of Jermaine Bass Jr., Mr. Bass, on his own firearm, correct?
Yes, I would expect that to be the case.
And a lot of times when you have mixtures, not necessarily even the mixtures in this case, there's typically an expected donor that you say, I expect this person to be here, and here's other people in the mix.
In certain cases, we will have an expected donor. It just depends on the facts of the case that I'm given.
But you are confident that you didn't mess anything up. You have the two Jermaine Basses separate for your results.
Yes, I am confident. I did speak with the agency to verify that I had the correct DNA swabs because I was concerned about the names being the same.
Okay. And I looked at your reports, and then I looked at the dates you received your submissions, and I saw pretty much a 3 to 4 month turnaround. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. So you receive the items into FDLE, but they go into an intake first, do they not?
Yes, they do. They go into our secure evidence vault.
They will eventually make their way to you. You work on the item. You furnish your report.
Yes.
And in this situation, we have from submission of items to FDLE before they even get to you, you doing your work, submitting your report, about approximately 3 to 4 months.
Yes, I mean, I don't remember specific timing.
You have your reports in front of you if you need to look at them to verify. Would you like to look at them too?
Sure.
And the one that you did the more detailed statistics on, that took a little longer.
Yes, but that was also separate. There wasn't anything submitted at that time.
There you go. Right. Now, did you need to look just to verify that we're talking about 3 to 4 months from submission to reports?
Yes, about, and that is typical. You know, I'm working 20 to 30 cases every single month, so.
All right. And FDLE has policies of limits, correct?
What type of?
Like limits of submission of evidence, I apologize.
Oh, yes, we have an evidence submission policy that agencies must follow with respect to submitting items of evidence.
Okay. And those limits are based per submission?
Yes.
So an agency can submit up to the limit for one submission. They then could do a second submission up to that limit, a third submission up to that limit.
Yes, that's correct.
There's also ways to get exceptions, just to get approval.
Yes, there are.
Okay. And is that as easy as a phone call or an email to get the approval to receive, your agency to receive additional items?
Yes, it would be a phone call to the supervisor of the biology section. One of the supervisors will have to give permission to send more items in.
Okay. Mr. Terry spoke with you a little just now. Based on what Mr. Terry talked with you about, I determined what you said was 4 known profiles you received throughout this whole case. And you received sets of 4 swabs, sets magazine, grip and trigger, slide and sight, and comforter.
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Now, you cannot testify here today or tell this jury that Shirley Bass did not touch that firearm.
As far as the DNA results that I obtained and what I compared to with Shirley Bass, there was no determination as far as her contribution of DNA to the magazine base. And then for the grip and trigger, she was excluded as a contributor.
Okay, now I know those are your results. What I'm asking you is because somebody has been excluded from DNA, either from a single source profile or a mixture, that does not mean they didn't touch the item.
It doesn't necessarily mean they've never touched the item. I can only report what my DNA results show at this specific time. I can't tell you what may have occurred at any given time, prior or after, of course, and I cannot tell you how DNA gets there or when it gets there.
So you're not telling this jury Shirley Bass never touched that firearm that night. You can't, and that's not your job to do that.
Correct.
Okay. When you were looking at the swabs you received, the swabs from the magazine base, the grip trigger, or the slide, you did not note any red staining, correct?
Correct. I noted that there's a light grayish staining on these swabs.
Which swab is that?
On all of those swabs from the magazine base, the grip trigger, and the slide and sights.
Because it was not a red substance, was there any need to go any further and do maybe a phenolphthalein test?
So the phenolphthalein test is our test for blood, and no, I did not use it in this case with those 3 swabs.
Did you in fact use it on the Mandalorian comforter swab?
Yes, I did, because those swabs were a red-brown color, which is typically consistent with what we see with possible blood.
And when I asked you just a little bit ago that you cannot tell this jury that Shirley Bass did not touch that firearm that evening, the same applies to Jaylah Bass, correct? Well, I know what your results are. Right, go ahead and look at them.
Right. Right, so she was initially included, and then I did my further comparisons where she was excluded from the magazine base, and then from the mixture of the grip and trigger, she was also excluded as a contributor.
After she had been included in the swabs from the magazine?
Yes.
Now, those are your results, and as you said, basically, you get your items, you get your swabs, you have your known profiles. All you can tell us is what those swabs are telling you at that time.
Yes, I just do my individual comparisons when I get the swabs.
Right. So you can't sit here and tell this jury that Jaylah Bass didn't touch that firearm that evening.
I don't have any knowledge of any activities that occurred. I can only tell you what my DNA results show.
All right, let's put aside the Mandalorian comforter. That is a single source profile, and that matches Jermaine Bass, the son, and that is item 15.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to kind of put those aside and concentrate on the other 2. And then you've already talked with Mr. Terry about the slide and the site. You could not make any determination for anybody on that.
Right, for what?
For any of the known profiles on the slide or site, which is going to be item 9.
So yes, so for the slide and sites, it was a limited DNA profile. There wasn't enough information in the profile for me to do any further comparisons to it, so it just stopped there.
Okay. So I'm going to concentrate on item 7, the swabs from the magazine, and item 8, and discuss those in a little bit more detail. Now, item 7, the swabs from the magazine base, you have told Mr. Terry that that was a mixture consistent with 2 contributors.
Yes, that is correct.
And you included both Jermaine Bass, the son, and Jermaine Bass Jr., the father.
Yes, I did.
They were both included with the statistic calculated being 700 billion.
It was greater than 700 billion.
And in fact, 700 billion, isn't that your cap or your cutoff at FDLE?
Yes, that's our cutoff point. It's just used because it's an easier number to think about.
So you could have somebody included in a mixture and it's even more than 700 billion, but you're going to cut it off at that 700 billion.
Well, we were saying it is greater than 700 billion, and I do have the actual statistical numbers in my case file.
Right. And I want to talk to you a little bit about that on the grip and trigger. I'm going to go through that. All right. So now, did you use star mix with item 7?
Yes, I did.
Please tell the jury what star mix is.
So StarMix is our computer software program. It's essentially a calculator. It helps me separate out the contributors to a mixture, so the people that are in a mixture, and then also helps me calculate my statistics.
Okay. Back to item 7. You then make a determination after having a mixture consistent with 2. You have identified both male Basses. Now you end up getting a buckle for Jaylah Bass, and she's included as well with a statistic of 25,000.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And Mr. Terry had said to you originally you didn't find Shirley's DNA, but you actually couldn't include her, nor could you exclude her.
That is correct. It was too low of a statistic for me to make any determination whether she could be included or excluded.
So she certainly then cannot be excluded, correct?
She cannot be either included or excluded.
Now, not being able to make any determination as to Shirley Bass could be from a combo that the information is limited and the fact the parties were related, correct?
Correct. So for that profile, there was a little bit of information missing out of it. It was more low level, a little bit less DNA that was in it, as well as because the mother, of course, would be related to the children with half of her DNA being given to the children. Of course, that would also impact the comparison. It may look like some of her DNA types are in the profile, even if maybe they wouldn't be normally.
Okay. Now, before you did the additional statistics, and you did that at the request of Mr. Terry.
Correct, I did speak with him.
And this is again we're talking just about item 7, where now you have a third contributor, correct?
I have two donors to that mixture where 3 people have been included to it.
Okay. Now, before you did the additional statistics for Mr. Thierry, did you discuss this mixture of 2 contributors with your supervisors?
Yes, I did. I discussed with my supervisor and also our technical leader about how to go about using star mix and using comparisons, obviously like my physical comparison as well, in order to determine who the 2 donors may be in the mixture.
Now, in star mix, you would have run that sample as a 2-person mixture, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. You could have run it as a 3-person mixture, correct?
If there was any indication that there were 3 people in the mixture, then I would have run it as 3 people in star mix.
And in fact, in your notes, and if you need to refer back to them to refresh your memory, you specifically discussed this with your supervisors.
I don't recall.
Oh, sure. Would looking at your report and your correspondence refresh your memory as to your conversations with your supervisor?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Go ahead and look at page 3 of the correspondence and see if that refreshes your memory.
Yes, I did speak with both my supervisor and the technical leader.
And you had indicated after speaking with them, you noted that, well, does that refresh your memory, first of all?
Yes, it does.
All right. And you put, I was thinking I want to keep my original conclusion that it's a mixture of 2 and just report the inclusion of the son. Although with the information that they're all related, that could mean it should have been 3. Even without indications of 3, what do you think? And you're talking with your supervisor.
Correct.
You're also advising her that you had called it and run it as a mixture of 2.
Yes.
All right. And after you spoke with your supervisor, a decision was made not to run it in star mix as a 3-person mixture.
Yes, I decided that my original decision and conclusion that it was a mixture of 2 donors was accurate, even despite there being 3 people seeming to be included into the mixture.
And there's the capability in star mix to change the scenarios for the program. In other words, run it as a 3-person mixture.
I could have run it as a 3-person mixture, but I did not choose to do that in this case because it was consistent with a 2-person mixture.
You could have, but you didn't, right?
Correct. It was not necessary in this case because my original conclusion of it being 2 donors was accurate.
Looks like you did have a little bit of question about it as we just reviewed and talked with your supervisor, though.
Of course, if 3 people are included into a 2-person mixture, it's going to cause a little confusion. And I'm going to go back and look at that original mixture and verify that my initial thought of it being 2 donors does still make sense.
Now, I wanted to ask you, when you gave Mr. Thierry the statistics in this case, and that's like the 1 in 700 billion, and it said unrelated individuals, correct?
Well, that is how our statistics are set up, yes.
Okay. Now, is there any way to develop a statistical analysis for related people?
The StarMix does have that capability, however, we have not validated that at our laboratory.
So it does exist. There is a way to develop statistical analysis from related people, but your FDLE office does not do it.
Correct. The reasoning we have chosen to validate StarMix and use it in this specific way and not use it in comparisons to related people is because it uses census data, and after we would validate it, the census data would already be out of date, so it would actually be a less accurate calculation. It wouldn't be as accurate a calculation or as accurate a likelihood ratio, which is our statistic.
So FDLE does not have the StarMix program validated to take related individuals into account.
I am able to, of course, take related individuals into account. I know that people are related in this case, but that has no bearing on the statistical calculation and how it's calculated. It's going to be calculated the same way every time.
Well, all I asked you about was StarMix, right? So StarMix is not validated at FDLE to take related individuals into account, correct?
Correct.
All right. This is a little bit different of a case than you usually have, right? Because of the related people?
Yes, it made it a little bit more complicated.
Okay. And in fact, you called it previously, it's a rare kind of case?
Yes, I would say that.
All right. In terms of And we are still on item 7, swabs from magazine base, where you have included both Jermaine Bass's. I wanted to ask you what the actual statistic you have, and you said you had it in your notes. If it will refresh your memory, please look at it. For the son, Jermaine Bass, what is the actual statistic for item number 7, swabs from magazine base?
Sure. So for the son, the swabs from the magazine base. He was included to 310 trillion.
Now, I'm not very good at math. Is 310 trillion more than 700 billion?
Yes, it is, which is why we state our statistic is greater than 700 billion.
Okay, your kind of cap that you put in
Yes.
on FDLE. Okay. All right. Now, item 8 then, finally, again, that's the swab from the grip and trigger, correct?
Yes.
It's going to kind of be a little bit consistent with the fact that it's a mixture consistent with 2 donors, according to you, and you have included both Jermaine Bass's, the son and Jermaine Bass Jr.
Yes, both were included as possible contributors. So.
And the statistical analysis for both of the Bass males, is that greater than 700 billion?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, specifically on item 8, though, you were able to exclude Shirley Bass, correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay. That is different from item number 7, where you couldn't include or exclude her.
That is correct, and that's because the swabs from the magazine base, that mixture had a little bit less information in it, whereas for the swabs from the grip and trigger, there was a lot more information, nearly complete information at all of the 21 areas.
And for item 8, Shirley being excluded, that does not mean she did not touch that item, correct?
I cannot determine what activities may have occurred.
Yeah. Same thing with Jaylah Bass. She is excluded, correct, from item 8?
Correct.
Okay. You cannot say she did not touch that firearm, correct?
I cannot tell you what activities may have occurred, only what my DNA results show.
Exactly. You can only testify to the DNA results that were found.
That is correct.
Now, in terms of the son, Jermaine Bass, could you give us the statistical analysis now for the grip and trigger, item 8?
Sure, so the number calculated for item 8 was he was included to 640 quintillion.
How many zeros are in quintillion?
So 1 quintillion has 20 zeros.
20 zeros?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So it is way above the cap that FDLE uses, greater than 700 billion.
Yes, it is.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Weinstein. Did I say that?
Weinstein.
Weinstein. Thank you.
Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You can step down, ma'am. Thank you. She released from her subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we'll go ahead and take our lunch break. Same admonitions. I will see you back here at 12. How was lunch? Good. All right. They can call your next witness.
Judge, before we proceed, we would ask if the court could read that stipulation.
Sure. I have a stipulation between the parties. The stipulation is a fact that the parties have agreed among themselves to be true, facts to have been proven to be true. So in this case, it's stipulated to additional DNA results, and the state and the defendant, Jermaine Bass, stipulate to the following additional DNA results. Pure Gold Forensics conducted additional DNA testing in this case with the following results. HCSO item 96112, number 36, swab from the ladder, labeled GSM-L by CSI Bader, is a single-source male profile belonging to Jermaine Bass, JJ, the son. Jaylah Bass is excluded from the DNA profile from this item. HCSO number 96112, number 37, swab from the ledge, labeled GSM-M by CSI Bader, is a single-source male profile belonging to Jermaine Bass, JJ, the son. Jaylah Bass is excluded from the DNA profile for this item. HCSO item 96112, number 38, swab from the ledge, labeled GSM-N by CSI Bader, is a single-source male DNA profile belonging to Jermaine Bass, JJ, the son. Jaylah Bass is excluded from the DNA profile for this item. HCSO item 96112, number 39, swab top the bed, labeled GSM-O by CSI Bader, is a single-source male DNA profile belonging to Jermaine Bass, JJ the son. Jaylah Bass is excluded from the DNA profile from this item. HCSO item 96112, number 40, swab wall top, labeled GSM-P by CSI Bader, is a mixture of at least 2 contributors. In terms of Jermaine Bass, JJ the son, there is a limited support for inclusion in the DNA mixture. In the terms of Jaylah Bass, there is a very strong support for inclusion in the DNA mixture. HCSO item number 96112, number 41, swall wob bottom, labeled GSM-Q by CSI Bader, is a single-source female DNA profile belonging to Jaylah Bass. Jermaine Bass, JJ the son, is excluded from the DNA profile for this item. HCSO item 96112, number 42, swab wall bottom, labeled GSM-R by CSI Bader, is a mixture of at least 2 contributors. In terms of Jermaine Bass, JJ the son, there is a very strong support for inclusion in the DNA mixture. In terms of Jaylah Bass, there's a very strong support for inclusion in the DNA mixture. And so this stipulation is agreed upon and signed by both Mr. Bass, the defendant, his attorney, Ms. Schlemmer, and the state attorney, John Terry. And this will be back with you as a piece of evidence should you need further reference to it. All right.
Thank you, Judge. If you could, will you call Anna Cox?
Sure.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Because that was right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
My name is Anna Cox, and it's spelled A-N-N-A, and Cox is spelled C-O-X.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. Ms. Cox, what do you do for a living?
I own my own private forensic consulting and training business.
And what does that entail? If you can explain that to the jury.
For the consulting part, I am contacted to either respond to active crime scenes to assist law enforcement agencies in processing and documenting the scene for bloodstain pattern analysis. I am also contacted for case file reviews by law enforcement attorneys or civil attorneys to provide a case file analysis regarding bloodstain pattern analysis if I am not requested to respond to the scene. For the training portion of my business, I provide bloodstain pattern analysis training throughout the state of Florida, as well as I have also taught in Illinois, providing agencies and attorneys with coursework on bloodstain pattern analysis.
What sort of prior education do you have?
For my brick and mortar education, I have a Bachelor of Science degree with my coursework in chemistry, biology, physics, their laboratory components, as well as calculus. I have a certificate in crime scene technology, which encompassed 10 courses for responding to crime scenes, such as photography, crime scene safety, fingerprint processing, chemical enhancement, etc. I have a certificate, graduate certificate in death investigation, and that included DNA serology, forensic anthropology, and forensic medicine 1, forensic medicine 2. I have a master's degree of forensic science with an emphasis in investigation. So that is also a field-based master's degree with additional coursework in photography, processing, chemical enhancement, crime scene investigation. As far as professional practitioner coursework, I have over 450 hours of practitioner coursework, which includes crime scene reconstruction, bloodstain analysis, fingerprint processing, response to domestic incidents, etc. And I have since, I would say, 2013, I have actually taught over 1,000 hours of bloodstain pattern analysis and processing techniques.
How long have you been doing these type of analysis?
Well, I began my career as an autopsy technician, as a volunteer autopsy technician at the Hillsborough County Medical Examiners, and I began that in July of 2000. So my forensic career began back then. I was hired at the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office as a forensic science specialist, which is just a fancy term for a crime scene investigator. And my primary responsibilities there were to respond to crime scenes, to document, identify, collect, preserve, and process evidence. However, about a year and a half into the beginning of my career at Pinellas, I was approached by my section manager, who recognized my science background and asked me if I wanted to go into bloodstain pattern analysis. So I actually began my bloodstain pattern analysis training, which is a specialized training, in 2001, and have been working and focusing on blood analysis since then.
All right. Have you ever testified as an expert on bloodstain analysis in court?
I have.
Approximately how many times and where?
I've testified in 11 counties in Florida. I've testified in federal court, civil court, as well as Terrebonne Parish in Louisiana. I've testified as an expert in blood analysis, I want to say approximately at least over 50 times.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I don't know if the defense has any questions.
No questions. All right.
Okay, thank you. Now, explain to the jury, what is a bloodstain pattern analysis?
Bloodstain pattern analysis is a discipline of forensic science where we focus on identifying, defining, documenting, and analyzing bloodstains that are present at a particular crime scene in order to provide an interpretation of the events and the mechanisms that has caused their distribution. So another way to put it is I analyze the blood to try to figure out how the blood was deposited, and sometimes we can sequence when the blood was deposited as opposed to other bloodstains or patterns at the scene.
Did you prepare, in preparation for today, a PowerPoint to kind of describe to the jury what bloodstain pattern analysis means and how you do it?
I did.
All right. And would that assist you think, in explaining to the jury what your role and what you do in these kind of cases?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to put it on the screen here. Judge, this is going to be a court exhibit that we were placing up here.
All right, we'll just call it Court Exhibit 1 for the record.
Yes, Judge, that'd be great. Okay. Now, Ms. Cox, I'm going to have you just kind of go through this with me. Let me see if I can figure out how to get this on the slideshow. There it is up here. Okay. So I'm going to have you kind of explain to me. So obviously this first page is just the your title for this definition. If you can go ahead and explain what this is here.
So when we do bloodstain pattern analysis, there are a lot of things that we have to consider. The first thing is what we consider is the physical characteristics of the bloodstains. And that is going to be your physics component of blood analysis. So that is going to be the size, the shape, and the distribution of the bloodstains at the scene. We also take a look at the number of bloodstains in order to determine, is it a pattern, or is it a single deposition, or were there multiple depositions, multiple activities that have occurred in this particular area or location. We also have to look at the location and the surface itself that the bloodstains are on. And that is because different surfaces can have a different effect on the bloodstain pattern. For example, smooth surfaces obviously receive bloodstains differently than coarse or porous surfaces would. We also look at the relationship of the bloodstains to other evidence, and that is where my background as a crime scene investigator and the fact that I do still respond to active crime scenes comes into play, because I understand the following two variables that can also have an effect on blood distribution. That would be the scene-specific variables, how the room is set up, temperature, have there been any alterations. We also have to take a look at the history of the scene and the evidence to see how items were collected, their original locations, those types of things. So bloodstain pattern analysis encompasses analyzing not just the actual physical visual blood of the scene, but all of the other dynamics related to that particular scene.
So, and I guess the next slide, so there is a scientific basis for this bloodstain pattern analysis, is that correct?
Yes. Bloodstain pattern analysis is entrenched in the natural sciences. Biology is an important component of bloodstain pattern analysis. And as an analyst, one of the things I have to understand is how the body reacts to the infliction of an injury. So, for example, an artery has a different purpose inside your body than your vein does. So I have to have a fundamental knowledge of that, as well as once the blood has left the human body, it can undergo decomposition due to environmental factors. So I have to take into consideration that when I view bloodstains, they may not always be a bright, vibrant red, and that can be due to some of the conditions at the actual scene. The other component that was especially evident in this particular incident was the physics. And blood, we have two different types of activities that can cause a distribution of blood. One is the natural science or the natural laws of physics, and that would be the natural laws of gravity. For example, if you had cut your hand and you were standing over the sink and the blood was just allowed to drip down off your hand, that is what we consider to be a passive action. There's no real external force that's coming in to override the body's natural function of bleeding or the natural laws of physics of gravity. Another type of mechanism that does disrupt the natural laws of physics or does disrupt the natural function of the human body would be something called the introduction of a mechanism such as force. So that would be kicking, stomping, stabbing, beating, shootings, something where a force is actually introduced to the blood, causing it to be disrupted and distributed in a completely different manner than the natural laws of physics.
All right. So your next slide it talks about identifying blood stains and pattern. Are the following examples some ideas or some samples of some patterns that you use?
Yes, the following examples are examples of blood stains and patterns that were visible in this particular incident, but the ones for this particular slideshow are from training materials.
Okay, so the following slides we're about to see were not taken from this case at all, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, what is this slide show, or what is this slide demonstrating?
So this slide demonstrates what can occur when an outside force comes in and disrupts the natural laws of physics. The amount of force introduced to the blood stain, the more energy or the more force impacted onto the blood, the smaller the stains will be. So, for example, this is something called blood spatter, and that is a blood stain resulting from an airborne drop created when the external force is introduced to the liquid blood. Now, these are what we call impact spatter patterns, and that is when an actual object is striking the liquid blood. The interesting thing or the demonstrative thing about these two slides is if you look at the slide on the left, you see it kind of forms a conical formation, almost like a cone, where towards the bottom of the photograph, the stains are a little bit more dense. Some of them are circular in formation, and that is because the actual source of blood was in very close proximity to that area of that particular cardboard surface. As the blood source is further away and the blood is allowed to travel up in the conical formation, you'll actually see it becomes more sparsely distributed, and you'll actually start to see an elongation of your blood stains. And that becomes relative or important when I'm attempting to approximately determine the possible location of the blood source when it was impacted.
Okay. So what is directionality?
Directionality is the characteristic of a blood stain that would indicate the direction the blood was traveling or moving when it made contact with the surface. So at the time of its deposition on the surface, if it is elongated and has a tail that you see in this particular photograph, it tells me the direction the blood was actually moving. So the blood was traveling from left to right.
Okay.
And we call that our leading edge, and then the tail is what is actually pointing the direction the blood is moving.
Okay. And what are we looking at in this slide?
This is a flow pattern, and a flow pattern is, once again, this is another passive action. This is not the same as spatter. This is completely different. This is a blood stain that has resulted by the movement of a volume of blood on a surface due to gravity or the movement of the surface. So one of the distinguishing characteristics of the flow pattern is it appears to be almost linear, and it has delineated perimeter edges, forming basically a passive elongated stain traveling downward.
All right. And what are we looking at in this particular slide?
This is also considered to be a passive action. This is something called satellite staining, and this is when a smaller blood stain is formed when the parent stain or the original blood stain actually makes contact with the surface. So what happens is, and the perfect example of this is if you watch a Florida thunderstorm. If you watch a Florida thunderstorm and you're looking at your driveway and you're watching the rain come down, you'll see it'll hit your driveway and smaller drops will actually bounce up and outward. That is exactly what satellite staining is. So this is different from impact spatter. This is the blood actually making contact with the surface, and either due to the rapid distribution of the blood or the surface itself or both, the blood bounces and breaks out around it. And what you'll see a lot of the time, as you do in the slide on the right, is you'll see a lot of little tiny stains that surround what we call the larger parent stain, and it tends to be rather uniform in distribution, unlike what you saw with the impact spatter.
And what is in this slide?
This is also a passive action. This is pooled blood and saturation. The actual mechanism is the same. A blood source is just allowed to bleed freely onto a surface. Pooled blood is a hard surface. Saturation is an absorbent surface. But once again, it is a passive action where bloodletting has occurred and the blood is just being deposited and following either the topography of the hard structure or the actual textile design.
And then in this slide, we're talking about transfer. What is that?
Transfer is also what we consider to be a passive action. It is a blood stain that results from contact from a pre-existing wet blood surface or item onto another surface. So once again, the bloodletting event has already occurred or is occurring, and an item is contaminated with the wet blood, coming into contact with another surface, depositing the blood onto that secondary surface.
And you indicate on the slide, it looks like that some of these can be comparable and some are not.
Correct. So a transfer stain, you can get fingerprints, bloody shoe prints, bloody tire marks, bloody weapon impressions. Sometimes you have a transfer from an item and the characteristics are not distinguishable, but the mechanism and the action is still the same. It's just the wet surface coming into contact with the secondary surface.
This is a drip stain. What is that?
That's a blood stain that falls from a blood source due to gravity. So this would be the example of if you've cut your hand and you're rendering aid to yourself over the sink and blood is just dripping down. The two slides show the drastic difference between a smooth surface and a coarse surface. So the photograph on the left is basically blood drops on a smooth surface. They have a nice uniform perimeter. The other blood stain is on cardboard, which is a little bit more textured. So it broke the stain, but the actual deposition was still what we consider to be passive.
And finally, what is cast off?
Cast off is where a blood stain results from blood being released from an object due to its motion. That motion can be a swinging, a flinging, a strong push or movement of a bloodied item. And what happens is either the sudden movement forward or the sudden movement backward of the item will cause blood to be flung off. So, for example, if I had blood on my hand and I swung it, that would cause what we consider to be cast off.
And you're able to differentiate that from other types of blood stains?
Correct, yes.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cox. So, Ms. Cox, were you in fact hired by the state of Florida in this case?
I was.
All right, and you were given some materials in order to give an opinion regarding the blood stains in this particular case. Is that correct?
Correct.
What materials were you given to analyze in this case regarding the death of Jaylah Bass?
I received multiple items. The items that I used for my analysis included body-worn camera footage, and I received multiple body-worn camera footages, so I watched them and I found 4 that provided me the information that I needed regarding the condition of the scene upon first responders' arrival. I also received photographs, including photographs of the scene and evidence collected from the scene, photographs taken at the hospital of both children as well as the parents. I received autopsy photographs of Jaylah Bass, and I also received photographs of the clothing that had been collected from the children and from Mr. Bass. I received medical examiner reports and forms. I received the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office crime scene reports. I received the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office reports authored by the first responders and detectives. I received property and evidence lists, 911 phone call, a Florida Department of Law Enforcement biology report, and a Pure Gold forensic report as well. There were other items that I received that were not utilized in my analysis.
All right. And so what do you do when you start to make analysis? If you can kind of explain to the jury what your process is.
If I'm afforded the opportunity, the first thing that I like to do is I like to look at the body-worn camera footage, and that is because that is the scene as it was when the actual first responders arrived. So that would be even before the arrival of the crime scene unit, which is called after the scene has been secured and the scene is ready to be processed by the crime scene unit. So I like to look at the body-worn camera footage, and I watch that with the sound off. So I'm just interested in watching the movements of the first responders, the movements of anybody in the scene, the location of people in the scene, the location of blood evidence in relationship to the people at the scene. It also provides me the opportunity, especially if the individuals who were injured at the scene are not present at the scene when the crime scene unit responds, it allows me to see the condition of those individuals prior to the transport. So I like to look at that first. And as I'm going through, what I'm doing is I'm looking at the crime, at the blood evidence. I'm starting to apply the definition to them based on their characteristics. And then I like to look at the crime scene photographs because they're more deliberate. They provide me overall mid-range close-up documentation of the evidence. It also gives me a clearer picture of the location of the evidence in relationship to other evidence or other items at the scene. The next thing I like to do is I will continue to watch the body cam video. I will also continue to look at the photos, but now I'll look at what I consider to be the technical reports first. So I'll look at the technical reports, which included the autopsy report, because that is going to be my medical report regarding Jaylah Bass. Then I will go and I will read the crime scene technician reports, because those are also technical reports. That provides me information that I may not be able to see in crime scene photographs. So it provides me, also provides me information of the condition of items that were collected, whether areas were tested to determine whether or not it was possibly blood, what items, what are they going to be categorized under in property and evidence lists. So I like to read those reports. And then I'll read the property and evidence lists, I'll listen to the 911 call, and then I'll proceed to read through the first responder reports to see if they include any technical information related to the physical evidence that may be pertinent to my analysis and review.
All right. So, for instance, in this case, you mentioned body-worn cameras. I'm just going to use this as an example. Did you receive the body-worn camera of Deputy Nathaniel Jones showing him taking the child, Jaylah Bass, off from her position and putting her on the ground?
I did.
Okay. So, as a result of that, you were able to see the positioning of Miss Jaylah Bass when she was first observed, correct?
Correct.
And did that help you in your analysis?
Very much.
Okay. Now, prior to trial, you and I have spoken, correct?
Correct.
All right. And were you asked to provide a grouping of photographs that would help you and assist you in explaining to the jury your findings in this case?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing what's already been admitted into evidence of State's Exhibits 24A through LL. Do these appear to be the photographs that you wanted to use in your PowerPoint?
Can I remove this? Yes, those are the photographs that I selected.
And you use these particular photographs that are in State's exhibit that's already been admitted into evidence 24A through LL. These are the photographs you used in putting together a PowerPoint to assist you in presenting this evidence to the jury. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And do you believe that PowerPoint would aid you in describing to the jury your findings in this case?
Yes.
And Judge, I am now going to be going back to the court exhibit and showing the second PowerPoint presentation contained on the thumb drive.
All right.
All right, so I'm going to just go through the slides and have you explain the significance of each of these slides to the jury as far as your findings in this particular case. Okay?
Okay.
All right, so explain this first slide, if you could, for the jury.
So one of the first conclusions that I came to was one of the first things that I attempted to do with my blood analysis was to identify the location of Jaylah Bass and Jermaine Bass when the actual gunshot wounds occurred. So what I'm looking for is going to be impact spatter. So that would be the spatter that takes on the conical nature, and that is going to be from the actual gunshot wounds themselves. So when I review all the blood stains and patterns, the only area that I identified where there was impact spatter that would be consistent with receiving the gunshot wounds is the northwest corner of the top bunk bed. And so what I did, now there's multiple photographs from multiple angles of that particular area. So I used all of the photographs that were provided to me, but these are the ones that best allow me to describe my findings. So the first thing that I looked at the top left corner, which is the SLB_105 photograph. That is what would be considered to be a mid-range photograph of the west end of the bed, including the northwest corner. So the northwest corner is going to be that corner of the bed that the pillow is not in. So what I identified in that particular area is on the railing that faces inward toward the mattress, the west side, which would be the short side that the pillow's up against, that has impact spatter on it. The other area that was of interest was the actual corner where the two railings meet. That has impact spatter on it as well. Then you also have a little bit of impact spatter on the long railing at the corner, but you have the conical impact spatter that actually radiates upward from that corner, upward in that conical fashion onto the wall above the bed. So that indicated to me that understanding the location of the gunshot wounds, that there were 3 to the head of Jaylah and 1 to the head of Jermaine and 1 to the hand of Jermaine, that those areas of their person, their heads and his hand, needed to be in that corner. And they also have to be relatively either on the mattress or on the pillow and on the mattress in order for the blood to have the target of the bed frame as well as the wall to have received the blood spatter. So that tells me that their heads are low, either immediately on or just right above the mattress.
Okay, and the area that's circled on the bottom photograph, there's a green marker in there, and you're familiar with crime scene investigations and stuff. Were you familiar with the fact, or did you know that was an area that was swabbed for DNA?
Yes, that's a very traditional form of crime scene documentation. You do your overall photographs first, document the scene as it was upon your arrival, and then as a crime scene investigator, we are trained to let the scene tell us what needs to be documented with scales and what warrants more and more detailed documentation. Very traditional crime scene documentation. I understood exactly what those scales meant. They used 2 different colors, very traditional way of distinguishing between 2 types of evidence. I understood that the green scale was for the impact spatter that was on the wall, and the yellow scale was for the defect to the bed frame. Absolutely understood that.
All right, and what was the results of the DNA on that bloodstained spatter on area P?
That resulted in a mixture of both children.
Okay, and so is it your opinion, Ms. Cox, that both the individuals both received their injuries on this corner of the bed?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's your opinion then that their heads were both close together to that side in that area of the bed?
When each of them received the gunshot wounds, their heads and possibly Jermaine Bass's hand were in that corner.
Is there anything else from these slides that you feel like you need to talk about, or can we go to the next slide?
I mean, go to the next slide.
Okay. All right, and what are we looking at in this slide, second slide?
So this is just what would be considered a close-up photograph, and this is a photograph facing the actual north wall. So the corner is kind of off to the left-hand side. You can see the saturated pillow, but you can see how the blood stains radiate upward, not only from on the frame, but also up onto the wall. The next area that was of interest to me was what allowed me to place the incident occurring in the northwest corner was once the pillow was removed from the bed frame, there is a distinct stop to the impact spatter on the west side of the frame. Blood follows the laws of physics. So blood is going to travel and attach itself to something until it either can no longer do so or it's already attached itself to something. So the fact that the blood on the west frame abruptly stopped indicated to me that that pillow was most likely in that location when the actual gunshots occurred. So that is just me being able to apply the other evidence in order to allow me to be a little bit more defined with my conclusions. And that is Also, that was done sequentially, which is a very traditional type of crime scene documentation. You photograph things, then you move things, then you re-photograph things.
And let me ask you that, Ms. Cox, while we're on the subject of that, because you talk about a lot that you've done this before. You've been a crime scene investigator. You go out, you know how they're done. Do you swab every single piece of blood that you see anywhere at every crime scene?
No, it's very customary to take representative swabbings.
Okay. And when you take representative swabbings, do you look for areas that you believe are relevant based on the bloodstain pattern and things of that sort?
Yes, your amount of training, both professional training, practitioner training, brick and mortar training, as well as your training in just responding to crime scenes on a daily basis, that is why one of the reasons is we have to consider all of the scene-specific variables, because the scene will tell you and help guide you to allow you to collect the evidence that may be probative in a future investigation.
Okay. So it's very common to have a crime scene with bloodstains all scattered throughout, but you would only swab specific areas that you believed were pertinent.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Okay. So in an area with numerous bloodstains throughout, you would not scrub all of or swab all of them? You would pick certain ones?
Correct.
Okay.
And I still do.
Okay. What are we looking at in this slide here?
This is, as soon as you enter the south bedroom, the children's bedroom, as soon as you look over to where the bunk beds are, this is, you can see like it's either a dollhouse or a makeshift kitchen toy that's up against the west side of the bed. So you can see the top bunk is higher than the actual toy that is sitting on the floor, even though it is a rather large toy. What is of interest to this is now the stains and patterns that I'm analyzing are not by force. The stains and patterns that I have conclusions on from hereafter are what are all considered to be passive. So I've already identified the area where the gunshot wounds occurred. Now I'm identifying what is happening after the bloodletting events have occurred. What this particular photograph and then the photograph, well, actually what both of these photographs show me is that not only do I have saturation to the top of the mattress in the corner. Once again, this is in the northwest corner. The saturation is such that the textile itself is starting to have it overflow onto the west edge of the mattress. So what's happening is the blood is continuing to be deposited in this area from the gunshot injuries, and the blood is actually coming up over and cascading down the side of the mattress, and it actually cascades all the way down to where it starts to drip on the slats of the bed below. It also continues to do that on the north side of the mattress on the other side. So what that tells me is that the bleeding that is occurring after the gunshot injuries is being confined to that particular area as the bloodletting injuries are being allowed to flow freely and flowing down over the mattress and onto the wall and the bed below.
Okay, and you mentioned something a minute ago that brought up a point that I hadn't asked you yet. That area that you described in the first slide, where you said this is where they were shot, that was blood spatter that you said was from a bloodletting event, right? Is that how you describe it?
Correct.
Okay. That was the only place in all of this areas that you were able to analyze that you found that occurred, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you find anywhere else where there could have been potentially a gunshot?
There was no other impact spatter other than the northwest corner.
All right. Thank you. All right, what are in this slide here with SLB 348 and SLB 347? What are we looking at in these pictures?
This is once again further on in the documentation process. You can see that the toy that was originally up against the west end of the bed has been moved, and they're just taking additional photographs. So it's a sequential processing technique that's very common. And what you're seeing in the first photograph, which is indicator 348, you have almost a straight-on view of the top bunk, and you actually can see the flow patterns that are coming over the top of the bunk and down the west side of the bunk bed. The photograph that's identified as 347 is an actual photograph looking down at an angle towards the bottom bunk area. You can see that the bottom bunk, the bed, the actual mattress itself, did not fit the frame. So you can actually see that there is a rather significant area where there is no mattress. So the slats of the bed frame are actually exposed, and you can just now start to see that the blood has been dripping down, and it's actually dripping down and hitting the slats and bouncing out. And that's your satellite staining, like a rainstorm. So that's what's occurring there. So once again, that is indicating to me that the blood source is in the northwest corner and is bleeding uninterrupted as the blood is flowing downward.
In our next slide, what do we see here?
So this became even more evident. Now we're looking at the north side of the mattress that was originally in contact with the frame against the wall. So this is once again further on in the documentation process where they have taken a downward photograph to identify the location of not only the dowel rod, but also the relationship of it to the mattress. What's of interest to me is I'm starting to see what's called coagulation, which is where the blood is actually starting to become gelatinous and coagulate and start to adhere to itself, and it's forming almost like an outline. And the second slide was demonstrated to me what I had already started to believe was that is where Jaylah Bass's head was laying. And that was confirmed when I kept reviewing the body cam video. I was able to see in the body cam video the proximity of her head, and that is where her face and her head was lying while the blood was starting to coagulate around her and then drip down the north side of the mattress, and then it began to drip down the wall, the north wall.
And is this just more of a close-up shot of what you were just describing?
That's a close-up shot, which gives you more of an indication of not only can you see the blood that's coming down on the north side and the coagulation, but you can also see another saturation stain just above it, and you can see where that's going down the west side. So you basically have two areas where the blood is actually coming over down the side of the actual mattress.
Okay. And what do we see in this particular slide here?
So at this point, this is documentation of the wall and the bottom bunk. So this is the area underneath the top bunk. Once again, what was significant to me is if you look at where the flow pattern is on the wall and the satellite staining on the wall, as well as the pooled blood on the wooden slats and all that, that is all also in the northwest corner, which is at this point now everything that is related to this particular, the impact spatter and then the individuals laying on the mattress and bleeding downward is all in the northwest corner. And that is just solidified when you look at the relationship of the downward flow pattern on the wall as well as the satellite staining.
So, for instance, in SLB 304, the middle picture towards the bottom, I'm going to move my cursor. Here's the cursor here. There's these along the top up here. What is that along the top ledge of the bunk bed?
That is actual blood that has dripped off the mattress onto the frame and dripping down onto the frame below.
Okay, and then on SLB 120, this area here, that is not spatter, you're saying?
Correct. That is not impact spatter. The reason I was able to distinguish between that and I was able to identify that as satellite staining was because of the scene-specific variables of this particular case. So I was able to take into consideration the saturation stain above to the mattress above, the flow pattern on the wall that travels down the wall, the flow patterns on the mattress. There's additional photographs where these items have been removed and you can actually see where the blood is starting to pool on the bottom frame, on the wooden slats, and on the floor below because it's just being allowed to drip down. So that is a perfect example of I need to have an understanding of the scene-specific variables and dynamics here. There was another thing that was important for me to consider, which was there's a towel and a stuffed animal that is laying on top of the slats. Well, the towel is also receiving blood. Now, because that's a porous surface, it's going to interact a little differently when it receives the blood than the hard frame is. So that's why some of the stains look a little distorted or a non-technical term, a little wonky, is because that is a very specific scene variable that did have an effect on how some of those blood stains were distributed. So that's an example of the history and variables of the scene coming into play in the analysis.
Okay, and you have a yellow arrow that indicates an area R. What is the area R? Is it that green? And I'll move the cursor to the. Is it that green sticker that's on the lower part of this picture, closest to the towel in the blood pattern?
Yes. So the stickers identified they were green, so that identified the blood that was a blood substance, and also that was confirmed in the report that I read from the technician who documented the scene. And then when I went and looked at the DNA report, knowing that that area had been tested, that was also an area that was a mixture of both children.
Okay, so what does that tell you, the fact that both Jermaine and Jaylah's DNA is in that blood stain down there?
That would indicate that they were both actively bleeding in the northwest corner of the top bunk while the blood was deposited over the sides of the mattress and down onto the bottom bunk.
Okay, so to be clear, the blood that's dripping down is a combination of both of the children.
That's what the DNA results indicated to me.
And I guess what do we have? These are closer up views of those?
Correct. So in slide 305, the first slide on the left, you can actually see the flow pattern. It's a very delineated downward flow pattern. It's got the delineated perimeter lines, and it's just the blood following the laws of physics, just going down the wall based on gravity. The secondary photograph, identified as 307, that shows you not only do I have different surfaces, so I have a hard, like painted wood frame, which is a little bit smoother. I have the towel, which is an absorbent surface, which is going to react differently to the blood. Then I have the wooden slats that are part of the frame for the mattress that aren't necessarily as smooth as the actual gray frame. So those are three different surfaces that I have to take into consideration, and that explained to me why I have such a variety of satellite stains and why some of them are in different locations than others. Because, and not only that, I have different levels. So the gray wooden frame is higher than the wooden slat frames, and then you have the towel, which is higher than the wooden frame, but then drooping down between the frames. So those are all variables that I have to consider.
Right. And the blood on the slats, would that blood have come all the way through the mattress, or would it have been still from the ones that were coming over the side?
It would be the ones coming over the side, and I actually considered that. And so what I did was I looked at the photographs where the mattress had been cut and one of the projectiles removed, because that is something that I had to consider, and so I was able to exclude that.
Okay, so it just came from the side and then just dripped onto there?
Correct.
All right. And what do we see in this one, in this particular photo?
This is a photograph which is demonstrating the distance from the wall to the mattress that did not fit the frame. And it's also just giving a downward perspective of the stains and patterns in relationship to each other, showing the different elevations as well as the different locations of the blood on the different areas.
And again, this area towards the left of the picture, where the cursor is right now, that is satellite staining. That is not from a shot or anything like that.
Correct. That is not impact spatter.
Okay. So what is this slide demonstrating here?
So on this slide, the sketch at the bottom is mine. I am a very visual person. It's easier for me to put words into a picture. And so what I did was I made my own computer aid sketch to allow me to articulate my findings a little bit more clearly. So what I did was I took not only the photographs and the body-worn camera information, but I also took the information from the DNA reports regarding the blood evidence, and I put together that sketch. And what that sketch allowed me to do was to confirm what I had already spoken about earlier, which was the gunshot injuries occurred in the northwest corner, and then both children are laying in the northwest corner, and that is reflected, as you can see on the sketch. You can see the overall, all of the evidence together. So you can see P is the impact spatter on the top bunk, and R is the satellite staining on the bottom bunk, and they are both in the northwest corner. And those are the two areas that are the mixture.
Okay. And did you consider N, M, and L as far as your analysis? Those, because each of those came back to Jermaine Bass, the son, correct, JJ?
As did O.
As did O. Yes. Okay. And what are we looking at here?
So this is a Star Wars blanket, and it's actually not a blanket. It's more of a comforter, but it's rather large. It was documented back at the crime scene section with actual dimensions being measured. So it's actually a little bit of a larger comforter. Then there's also like a fuzzy Super Batman blanket that's also kind of rolled up within that. So when we have a bloodstain case that I'm analyzing, I need to be respectful of all the bloodstains and patterns that are present at the scene, even if they may not be directly related to the bloodletting incident while it's occurring. In this instance, the gunshot wounds. There's a bunch of transfer stains that are at the end of the bed, on the opposite end of the bed. So when I'm looking at these, the Star Wars comforter and this Batman blanket, one of the things that initially that I observed was there are blood stains on this comforter where there's no blood source for them to have received it. So for example, in the second photograph 376, you can see that there's blood on the corners or the portions of the comforter that is facing upward in the air, where there's no blood in the air providing deposition of blood on those areas of the comforter. That tells me that that comforter received those blood stains prior to coming to rest in that location. That's the first hypothesis that I come to, because I follow the scientific methodology. So that's the first thing that I'm notating is this comforter has blood on it in areas that's not in contact with the blood area. The other thing I noticed was there appears to be some blood stains and patterns possibly under the comforter. So now I need to determine whether or not the blood on the comforter came from the blood on the bed at the opposite end, or is this comforter getting its blood staining at the northwest end of the bed and then being moved to that end? Body cam, when Jaylah Bass is first observed, you can see a portion of the blanket on her legs, and it's actually pushed off of her by the first responder. That is actually also notated in a report that I read. One of the reasons I read their reports as well. So those were things I considered. As the processing continued, those blankets and comforters are removed, and there are, in fact, transfer stains underneath them. They don't have the amount of blood volume that has caused the saturation that I observed to these items, which indicated to me it is most consistent that that blanket received blood at the northwest end of the bed prior to being moved to the northeast or the east end of the bed.
Okay. And what are we looking at in this slide?
This is the area underneath the where the comforter and the blankets were. And you can also see that there are transfers on the wall and on the bed frame. And that is indicative of that comforter was contaminated with enough wet blood that it caused the transfer stains and small saturation stains that end of the bed. So that is how I had formulated a hypothesis and then came to the conclusion that it's most consistent with those items being further west on the bed prior to coming to rest there.
All right. And then SLB 004, this is just the blanket laid out?
This is the blanket that was actually laid out, and there are yellow defect circles that encased some areas of on the blanket. So I was originally interested in how much saturation or how much blood was in fact on these blankets to determine if I could just take it one step further to confirm my findings that the blanket was the most consistent cause of the transfer stains down the east end. But then something else caught my eye, and so I requested testing on this item.
And so what we're talking about here in SLB 19 and 21.
Yes, so I'm looking at the blood on the item that was documented back at their crime lab in their controlled environment. And, you know, you have some defects to the blanket and there's no blood around them. What was interesting to me on this particular area of the blanket, I have a saturation stain and it's encased as number 6 with a defect. One of the things I do, I request photographs be given to me on a digital medium so that I can look at them close up. I can zoom in, I can focus on certain areas if I need to. And as I was looking at area 5 and 6, what was really interesting to me was area 6 was a defect, and right next to it was an area of dark saturation that had a foreign substance mixed in with it. And I thought that looked a lot like possible biological tissue. So I requested that the blood from area 6, that general area, be tested to determine whose it possibly could be.
And was it in fact tested?
It was.
And were you given the results?
I was.
And whose blood was it?
Jermaine Bass's.
The Jr., the son?
The son.
Yes, it's confusing sometimes because they're both named Jermaine, so I sometimes have to clear that up.
Okay, yes.
So is this what you're talking about when you talk about being able to zoom in? These are more zoomed?
Correct.
Zoomed in photos?
Yes, so you can see that in right adjacent to the defect that has saturation not only around it, but inside the fibers of the hole, you can see the possible biological material that is right next to it.
Is that in number 5?
Correct.
All right. And what does that tell you, or what does that help you form as an opinion with regards to that piece of evidence?
That defect, a projectile, was in close enough proximity to possible biological material when those were deposited.
Okay. Now you can't say specifically what biological material.
No.
Okay, so it could be from his hand, that his hand was shot?
Correct. He did have a gaping wound to hit his right palm area by his pinky. Yes.
Or possibly his head?
Or possibly his head. His head was bandaged in all the documentation that I saw.
Okay. But it's your opinion, though, that the substance in number 5 is some sort of biological material?
I believe it is consistent with that, with the experiences that I've had and the numerous amounts of bloodshedding events that I've worked.
Okay. And what are we looking at in this particular slide that talks about the movement of Jermaine Bass?
So because I was able to see how Jaylah Bass was removed from the bed, there was additional documentation of additional bloodstains and patterns on the mattress that I could not necessarily attribute to her. So not seeing Jermaine Bass the son until he's, the first place I observed him was on body cam sitting on the adult Jermaine Bass's lap. So what I observed was that there are transfer stains that are along the south rail of the bed. So this is the side of the railing that is opposite the side of the wall. And there's a bunch of transfer stains over in that area as well. And what was interesting is in the second slide, 473, the transfer stains continue over towards the ladder and then they continue down the ladder. So you also have stains on the ladder itself. So that being consistent with possibly the son being removed from the bed, moving himself or being moved from the bed and down the railing. Now, I do want to make it clear that another person contaminated with the son's blood could have also deposited those blood stains while moving him. I can't exclude either one, so both of those are included.
Okay. And you determined that it was Jermaine Bass that was moved because obviously Jaylah was still found where she was, but also based on the DNA results of O and the ones along the ladder. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And what are we looking at in these particular pictures, 267, 268, and 266?
Those are actual cast-off stains.
Okay, and what does that mean?
That is where an item that is contaminated with blood is swung or moved, and the blood is being swung or flung off that item due to its movement. Not at all surprised to see those, knowing that both children had bleeding injuries and had been removed from the bedroom. And so those cast-off stains were exactly where I would have anticipated they might have been. So there was nothing that I found inconsistent with the activity of removing them from the room.
Okay, so it'd be consistent if, say, they had them in the arms and they moved around like this, and some of the blood that's maybe started to drip just kind of gets thrown to the side and lands on that stuff.
Correct.
Okay, all right. And on the stairs, this is similarly what you're notating here, or what are you looking at?
On the stairwell walls, you had a couple transfer stains, and you also had passive drip stains coming down the stairwell. Once again, very consistent with the action of the children being removed from the beds or being removed from the bedroom and being taken down the stairs and then being removed from the residence out the front door. Now, it may seem like that's obvious, but I have to be respectful of the fact that if there's bloodstains and patterns there that can be analyzed, I need to do that. So what I'm also showing is that the actions that I saw by first responders in removing Jaylah was consistent with the blood that I saw there. There's nothing here that I found to be inconsistent with what the scene was already telling me.
All right. And then finally, I believe this may be your SLB 218 and 231. What are we seeing here?
There are some passive drip stains on the floor by the edge of the couch. There's also a transfer stain on the floor. There's transfer stain on the couch. Once again, I originally observed body-worn video showing adult Mr. Bass holding the child, Jermaine Bass, in that proximity of the couch. So once again, none of those stains to me were inconsistent or caused alarm for me. Was consistent with what I had seen on body-worn camera and the other dynamics of the scene. But once again, they needed to be identified and recognized for the analysis.
All right. I believe that's it. Okay. All right, if I could have one moment, Your Honor. All right, Ms. Cox, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Ms. Cox. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
All right, so you were hired by the state of Florida in this case?
I was.
And specifically Mr. Terry, who works for the state attorney's office?
Yes, he was the one that contacted me.
Okay. And how much do you know, as of today's date, how much has the state attorney's office in the 13th Circuit paid you?
May I double check?
Yes.
$760.
Okay. Now, when we took your deposition, they had paid, at that point, $760. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So since that time, you gave a deposition.
That's correct.
Okay. And that bill had to go to my office, even
Correct.
though you're a state witness.
Correct.
All right. And you would have had depo prep.
I did.
Okay. You're being paid for your testimony today by the state of Florida.
I'm being paid for my time.
Your time. Prep for your testimony with Mr. Terry. He even said that y'all had met and looked at the PowerPoint, so you get paid for that time.
Yes.
You also are going to get paid for the PowerPoint that you put together that we just reviewed with Mr. Terry, correct?
For the time that it took me to put it together, yes.
Okay. So then, since it was already 760 before we took the depo, it's going to be above that at this point, correct?
Yes.
All right. And now the opinions that you have testified here today, those are your opinions and your conclusions, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you cannot tell this jury who pulled that trigger, correct?
I cannot.
All right. Just a little bit about the work that you do. Your percentage in terms of working for the police officers, their offices, the state of Florida, versus the defense. Give me an idea what the percentage or breakdown would be of how much you do for, say, state attorneys' offices and police agencies versus a defense hiring you.
I would say it's about 70% state or law enforcement and about 30% defense.
Okay. So 70% of your work are police agencies, law enforcement, and state attorney's office, such as Mr. Terry's office.
I do get contacted by the state frequently, yes.
Okay. 70%.
Approximately.
That's okay. Yeah. All right. Now, based on the findings, you cannot say Mr. Bass discharged the firearm, correct?
I have no opinion on who actually pulled the trigger.
Okay. Cannot say whether the son pulled the trigger at any point. You cannot say Jaylah pulled the trigger. You cannot say Shirley Bass pulled the trigger. You can't tell us who pulled the trigger.
I cannot.
Okay. Now, you are aware of the fact, and I think you just testified to it, that EMS brings Jaylah down the stairs and out the front door.
Yes, I observed that.
Right. Okay. And that's on body cam, I believe, correct?
Yes.
Right. And then you're aware from people telling you that Mr. Bass had brought his son down the stairs and over to the couch, because the coming down the stairs is not on the body cam, correct?
No, I observe the young son on the father's lap. That's the first time I see the son.
Okay. And you were advised he would have taken him down that staircase.
I cannot exclude that. That would be the most probable.
Okay. All right. Well, somehow he got from the top floor down.
I agree.
Okay. All right. And in terms of the staircase, there's nothing inconsistent with the fact that either child was carried, lifted, and moved down the staircase.
Oh, no, the blood's all very consistent with that.
And also consistent with the fact that Mr. Bass would be over on the couch holding his son, as you saw in the body cams.
Yes, the blood that I saw outside the bedroom was consistent with that, yes.
Okay. All right. Now, you also have no opinion on which child may have been shot first, correct?
That's correct.
Right. Now, I want to just talk to you a little bit more. Mr. Terry, I thought, was making a comment and had asked you about that both children's heads are together, and I might have misunderstood what he said. You're not testifying that these two, Miss Bass and Jermaine Bass, the son, that their heads are together when they're shot, correct?
Their heads are in the northwest corner.
Okay. That's what I wanted to clarify. So you're not saying head, they're together, they're right next to each other. You're not saying that.
I'm just saying they're in the northwest corner.
Okay. And in fact, you cannot give an exact position of Jaylah Bass, correct?
I can give you the approximate location of her head, but the rest of her body I can't, except for what I observed on body cam.
Okay. So let me ask you the question again. You cannot give us an exact position of the children and where they are, correct?
Their heads are in the northwest corner when the gunshots are inflicted.
Jaylah's head was in close proximity to the northwest corner and north railing, correct?
Yes.
That is your opinion?
That is the northwest corner, yes.
Okay. And again, that is her head being in close proximity to that corner, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you remember testifying in deposition that you cannot give an exact position of the children?
Can you tell me exactly what page you're talking
Yes.
about? Okay.
Give me one moment, Ms. Cox. Ms. Cox, if you could refer to your deposition taken in late December of last year, bottom of page 24. Just go ahead and look at it to yourself. You might want to read a couple questions about that.
Okay, I'm here.
All right, do you see that? Mm-hmm. All right. Now, in fact, when I asked you the question, do you have an opinion, Ms. Cox, as to where Jaylah Bass was at the time she sustained her injuries, the first thing out of your mouth, I can't give you an exact position. Do you see that? Yes. All right, and then you went on, I can give you the proximity of her head because that's where her bloodletting injuries were. So her head was close proximity to the northwest corner, in close proximity to the north railing, which would be the railing or the frame that's against the wall. That was your answer to my question in December of last year, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you see where I'm getting at is I was asking you, you cannot give us an exact position of the children, but you can only tell us that Jaylah's head was in close proximity to that northwest wall and frame.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That will be the same with Jermaine the child as well, will it not? That all you can tell us is that his head and possibly his right hand was in proximity to the northwest corner, correct?
Yes.
All right. So certainly you also cannot give us an exact position of Jermaine Bass' child.
I can just tell you that his head and hand were at the northwest corner, in proximity to the northwest corner.
Close proximity to the northwest corner.
Yes, because
Right.
all the blood is in the northwest corner.
Okay. So you agree with me on all that, right? Can't give the exact position. The best you can do is give the opinion you gave here today. Right?
I can give you the exact location of where the blood impact spatter is, and it's in the northwest corner.
No, you've already testified to that. We've already looked at the spatter. And the spatter's a mixture.
Correct.
Right, okay. My question to you was, and I believe you've answered it, is you cannot give us an exact position of those children on that top bunk.
I can tell you that their heads were in proximity to the northwest corner because all the blood is on the northwest corner.
So
That is
that-
related to the gunshot wounds.
Okay. I'll ask you again. You cannot give us an exact position of where those children were. Correct?
I cannot give you the exact position. I can just tell you that where the blood is and where their heads would have been in order for the blood to have gotten in the northwest corner. They have to be in proximity to it.
Proximity, exactly. All right. Now, Jaylah, there could have been some movement concerning Jaylah, or possibly some movement prior to her coming to rest in the position that you saw her in the body cam, correct?
Very minimal amount of movement, if there was any.
Yeah, and you can't really tell us or help us with that. In fact, in the depot, you deferred us to the medical examiner in terms of Jaylah's movement, correct?
Her capabilities of movement, not whether there was significant movement by her, but whether she could have moved on her own.
Right, okay. Now, you saw, of course, on the body cam that comforter was moved over to the east end of the top of the bunk bed, right?
Yes, it was originally partially on her legs.
Right. Okay. And it is your opinion that Jaylah, Miss Jaylah Bass, had laid in the position that she was seen in for a period of time, correct?
Yes.
And that was the area with the coagulation of the blood and the large staining.
The saturation and the dripping downward onto the bottom bunk, yes.
Okay. And it's your opinion that Mr. Jermaine Bass, the son, had moved from the west end of the bed over to the ladder, and he could have moved there, or somebody could have moved him to that area, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So basically, Jermaine Bass, the son, his head is in close proximity, and maybe his hand, to the northwest corner. He's then coming to the west middle area of the bed, and then moved, and again, either himself or someone else, down the ladder. Correct?
That's consistent, yes.
Okay. I wanted to talk to you about the possible biological material that was on the comforter, correct?
That was on the, yes, the Star Wars Mandalorian comforter.
And we were seeing it when Mr. Terry had the PowerPoint up. I believe that's photographs for trial. Just want to briefly ask you about that. See if that one, is that one helpful there?
Yes, that's a good one.
All right. Now, who did these yellow markings and marked them 5 and 6?
That was done by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office crime scene technician.
Okay. And had you gone, in fact, to the Sheriff's Department to look at the comforter?
No.
Oh, did they send it to you? Or?
I didn't request to see it. I didn't need to. Her documentation was very, very good, actually, so I could work off of her work.
Okay. So you didn't actually see the comforter?
I worked off the photographs that I was provided.
Okay. So you're solely working off the photographs when it comes to your opinion concerning 5 and 6, correct?
Yes, and the fact that those markers had been put there intentionally by the technician as well.
All right. And you, in fact, had asked for the DNA testing to be done on that one spot, which is 6.
Correct, adjacent to the blood, the possible tissue. That is correct.
Okay. And that was the DNA that came back to the son, Jermaine Bass?
Correct.
All right. Did anybody ever tell you that item 5 was, in fact, biological material?
I didn't ask anybody. I am basing that on my experience, both in working crime scenes, having assisted in autopsies, and been to an extraordinary amount of bloodletting events where tissue and other foreign biological material has been expelled.
Okay. Did you ever discuss this biological material area with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I've had no discussions with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And are you aware of any DNA testing for the area depicted by number 5 that you believe is possible biological material?
I requested the area around the actual projectile defect be tested because that's directly related to the shooting itself.
So you asked for the DNA testing. I think we already established that for 6. Are you aware of any DNA results of the possible biological material you believe you see in the photographs in item 5?
Based on the dynamics, I believe it is most consistent with being from Jermaine Bass.
Okay. I asked you.
Jr.
My question just was, are you aware of any DNA results from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement or Pure Gold Forensics of DNA results that tell you who number 5 belongs to?
I didn't request it.
Okay. And you're not aware of any, correct?
I didn't request any, and I haven't been provided any.
Okay. Because you have the results from FDLE and Pure Gold Forensics.
Yes, I have those reports. I do.
All right. All right, and then you indicated in terms of the comforter, let's pull up, let's see. Oh, that's my mouse, that's why it's not working. All right, back to this photo. And for the record, a minute ago, I was at SLB. What does SLB mean, Ms. Cox?
That is, I believe it is the initials of the forensic tech who took the photographs. That's considered to be a digital identifier because there were multiple people that took photos, and that just allows people who come and do a case file review to understand who took what photos.
Okay. And for the record, a minute ago when we were discussing the 5 and 6 areas labeled by Ms. Bader, that is identified in the PowerPoint by SLB 0022 and SLB 0023, or slide 15. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just documenting, make sure we know what we're talking about. All right. And then it looks like I am at slide number 12. It looks like we have photographs from Ms. Bader again, 0113 and 0376. Now, you said something about you believe it is more consistent that the comforter had been, as you saw in the body cam, on the northwest end of the bed and had been moved over to the northeast corner, correct?
That's what's most consistent, yes.
Okay. And in fact, we see some of that right on the body cam, do we not?
That is correct.
Okay. So is it your testimony that any blood that's on the east end, which we have on the railing, we have on the wall, and we have on the mattress itself, any blood I see came specifically from that comforter? Is that your testimony?
The deposition of those transfer stains is most consistent with coming from the movement of the comforter to that area, being deposited by the wet blood on the comforter on the areas that it came into contact during movement, yes.
Okay, you're talking about transfer stains. Which ones are you speaking of?
There, if you look at the second photo, that ends
Yes.
in, okay, so there's a transfer stain. If you go to the corner, right there, that's a transfer stain. And you can see it's in proximity to wet blood on the comforter. If you go to the actual east wall,
Over
you
here?
can see a transfer that's actually right above the wet corner of the comforter there. So those are some of the scene-specific variables that is consistent based in proximity of the evidence to each other.
Okay, and you say consistent, so you can't say for sure, but that's most consistent to you.
Correct.
Right. Also on that same frame, PowerPoint 12, I am taking my mouse here to some blood staining here, and there's some blood on the railing, and that is to the west of the comforter or the left of the comforter. Do you have an opinion as to how any of that blood was deposited?
Yes, that would also be consistent with, possibly most consistent with coming from the comforter, because as you proceed further to the left, that's where Jaylah Bass's lower body was. So that was actually documented in the body cam that comforter was over in that particular area. And there's no blood source in that area to cause the contamination that I see on the comforter, which would just once again indicate that the comforter was further west, came to rest on Jaylah Bass's leg, caused the deposition on the wall, moved down to the east end, caused the deposition on the walls. So that's actually the progression that the blood is telling me.
That comforter, as it's being moved, it's leaving these clues for you across the bed.
It's leaving blood deposition in some of the areas making contact with.
Okay. So in SLB 0113, this area of blood down here, and my mouse is towards the middle bottom portion, is it your opinion that that's from the comforter?
It is Consistent with coming possibly from the movement of the sun from the bed. If the comforter came into contact with that area briefly, I can't exclude it. But based on the dynamics of the transfer patterns on the south side of the railing, the interior side of the railing, and the proximity of that to the railing, it's a progression also more consistent with the sun being moved or being removed from the bed.
Right. But we don't know specifically, say, for example, that blood stain that I'm highlighting again, 0113 towards the bottom middle, we don't know whose blood that actually is, correct?
That particular stain, no, but blood in proximity to it came back to being the little boy.
Right. Proximity, do you mean the one on the comforter?
No, the comforter and the railing.
Okay. All right. But we're looking at the east end of the bed, are we not at this point?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say the boy's blood, are you speaking of further down on the west end by the pillow, say, for example, being the boy's?
No, I'm talking about the testing on the railing. There was, I want to say, was it L, M, and O?
Yes.
No, not O. N, L, M, and N?
LMN.
Okay. I think it was those three that were tested, and that proximity of the railing and the ladder.
Okay. And in fact, the railing, and I'm just pointing to SLB 0376, we're looking at the comforter. If I was to go down from there, that's where the ladder is, right?
Yes, it's like right here.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out to the jury. All right. In terms of this blood then over here, 0113, same slide, you cannot definitively sit here and tell us who this areas of blood belong to, correct?
It's consistent with being distributed by the comforter, and the testing that was done identified Jermaine Bass. Also, the blood associated that I've spoken to about Jaylah and her position when I observed her, she didn't have blood on her lower body, and there was no blood on her person or any indication that she had been flipped over, like her head was down at that end of the bed and then she moved over. So based on those dynamics, it would be more consistent with that deposition coming from the comforter. And the area that I had tested came back to being the son's.
Okay. Is it your... okay, wait. So your testimony is SLB 0113. I'm looking right where the mouse is. It's some areas of blood there. It's on the back of the railing and is where the mouse is, correct? Mm-hmm. All right. And again, for the record, to the west, I guess, or to the left of the comforter. Your testimony, that was tested and came back as the son's?
It was not tested, but based on the scene-specific variables, there are some opinions that I can consider to be most likely based on the scene photographs and the blood analysis that I've done. And there was not significant movement of Jaylah Bass. So I can put Jaylah Bass in that general area up there in the northwest corner. I have no indications that she moved. Plus, all the blood that's on her at the scene is on her head and her upper body, which is nowhere near that.
I'll ask you the question again. You cannot tell us whose blood that is, correct?
I can tell you who's most likely based on my analysis, but I did not have that DNA tested. I am basing that on my analysis and conclusions and the dynamics of this scene that I've discussed thus far.
Okay, that was that area right there where the mouse still remains, 0113, was not tested, correct?
I didn't request it to be tested. I don't have any reports that it was.
Right, okay. Let's see, States 22RR. I'm not sure if this picture does not look like it's not in the PowerPoint, so I'm going to show you that. Now, correct me if I'm wrong here, and this is the comforter marked by evidence marker 11. Is that correct?
I don't see it.
Oh, ooh, how do we switch back now? So I'm going to go away from the PowerPoint at this point. Can I shut that off?
No, just keep it right there.
There we go. Thank you. All right. All right. Thank you, Ms. Cox. All right. So I have here, again, just for the record, 22RR. And this is the Mandalorian comforter marked by evidence marker 11. Is that correct?
Yes, that's much further on in the documentation.
Okay.
Yes.
Now I wanted to ask you then, would you agree with me that what I see in this picture, the Mandalorian blanket is not in the same position as what we just looked at in the PowerPoint?
No, this is further along in the documentation after they've removed casings, and they're just documenting that they're moving these particular items.
So what do you? Well, first of all, you weren't there, so you don't know what they did, right? You weren't there.
They did it sequentially in their photographs, so I'm able to follow exactly what they were doing.
Okay, so you're assuming that's what they did, correct?
Well, if you showed me the previous photographs, you would see the progression of how they're moving items. So that the photographs told me that was the progression.
Photographs told you that. All right. So are you saying then that the comforter was first in the northwest corner, somehow then it's moved to what we see in the picture, then it's moved again to what we saw in the PowerPoint?
No, the PowerPoint is first.
Okay.
This is later.
Gotcha.
If you have the identifiers, the numbers actually identify the progression for you. So that's one of the ways to show the progression. And looking at the photographs, as you keep moving further and further along, so this is very customary that as you're moving things, you document for this exact purpose, so there is no confusion about sequencing.
Yeah. So it's the ones we saw in the PowerPoint first, I'm not counting the northwest wall, and then this progression.
That's correct.
And we're seeing in this photo. Okay. The blood that we see in this area, where the comforter is not touching, you do not know whose blood that is, correct?
No, that area was actually under the comforter until it's moved, so it is consistent with deposition from part of the bloody area of the comforter, because there was multiple saturation stains on this comforter.
Okay. How do you know that?
Because there's photographs of both sides of the comforter taken back at the actual crime scene unit.
Okay. So is your testimony then that what we're looking at in this photo marked by evidence marker 11, that the comforter was on top of this area of blood?
The comforter, when it was documented in the photographs that I showed, that is where it was upon the arrival of the crime scene unit, and in body cam video you can actually physically see them moving it down to that area. So yes, that particular area was originally covered by the comforter when the crime scene unit arrived.
Okay, so I'll be able to see that on body cam if I watch the body cam again?
If you watch the one where they first were, I can tell you which one it is actually, because I have it written here. It's the body cam that is designated by X as an X-ray, 60A as an alpha, 0139, K as in kilo. It's 2 hours and 15 minutes long and 17 seconds. That is the first responder when he goes into the room and he makes contact with the Jaylah Bass, and you can actually see him get up on the lower bunk, and he gets up and he moves. You see him move his right hand, and then you see him move Jaylah towards him. I believe it's also in his report that he indicates he moved the comforter. So there's two forms of documentation of that.
Okay. Do you remember the name of that officer that moved that comforter to that position?
I only have I use, when I do my reports, I use the actual time stamp from the actual body cam. Because that is an actual stamp that's part of the actual physical tangible evidence when I do my report. So that's why I refer to it that way.
Okay. In terms of any testing towards the middle of the top bunk or to the eastern corner, none of that, like where we're seeing the comforter right now and any blood underneath it, none of that is actually tested though, correct?
I didn't request any of it to be tested. I don't have any reports of it being tested.
As the same as when it's going further down onto the eastern corner where we looked at in the PowerPoint, same thing again, no testing on any of that blood except the comforter part that you asked for.
Well, on the east end, the ladder's on the east end, so there was testing done on the south rail at the east end, but these stains here, I didn't request any testing, and I didn't receive any reports of testing.
Okay. Yeah, I was talking just about the mattress
Oh,
itself.
okay. Okay.
That's okay. All right. Take that off there. Now, are you aware, in fact, that there had been some photographs taken of the interior portion of the front door?
I saw those photographs, yes.
Okay. You were not able to make any determination from those photographs, correct? It was limited, so you weren't able to do anything, correct?
I observed there's a distance, a mid-range, and a close-up photo, but there wasn't the deliberate identification with a scale, so I didn't analyze it because it wasn't identified as or tested with phenolphthalein. So
okay, that's how you got it. That other stuff would have been done before you see the photographs in your work.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you have no opinion where the location of the firearm is when it is discharged, correct?
The actual physical location of the firearm? No.
No? All right, and then finally I just want to go back to the spatter mixture that we know contains the mixture of the two children, labeled P, the one on the back wall.
Okay.
Right above the bunk bed. You know what I'm speaking of, right?
I do.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Just so we make sure there's no issue. Here is State's Exhibit 22 RRR. We are speaking and agreeing that this is P over here, green scale marker P, and this is the area you're speaking of, correct?
That's the area that was identified as the area that was tested, but that's not all of the impact spatter in that northwest corner. Yep. The impact spatter is also on the north railing, the actual physical corner, and on the west railing.
Okay.
So the actual spatter encompasses how it's. May I stand?
Yeah.
It's
I'll
actually
zoom it in for you a little bit.
There's-
Does that
so
help?
you have all this spatter here, but you can also see the spatter's all here. It's on this back wall. It's all here, and it's around here, and then it abruptly ends here. So when this is the northwest corner, and you can see that the spatter encompasses this particular area, as well as it rises up in a conical formation over in this particular area. So in this area right here, the northwest corner is where the impact spatter is.
And you're taking, just for the record, you're taking your hand. We have the northwest corner where we have the large area of coagulated blood. You're taking your hand and going around above it and onto green scale marker P.
Yes, and so the impact spatter is also in proximity to this damage defect that was identified and the trajectory rod. So this particular area, so it's this northwest corner is where the spatter is.
Right. Wall and the railing is discussed.
Correct.
Okay. Do you happen to know where the exact droplet was of blood that was tested or swabbed by CSI Bader?
No, it was identified as area P, so it's going to be that particular area.
What did you take that to mean? Which part of this that you've talked about, since it's on the frame and it's near damage B, what did you take it as?
That it's the swabbing was taken in proximity to scale P, as that is customary, but Ms. Bader would be better to answer the exact location.
Okay, so you don't know the exact location, correct?
Just that it was in proximity to scale P, because that's how it was identified.
Okay. All right. So now you're not testifying, are you, that that area right there is the only spot that this gun was fired? You're not saying that, right?
I don't have an opinion as to where the gun was when it was fired. I have an opinion as to where the children's heads were when they received the injuries, which was in proximity to that northwest corner, because the impact spatter is in the northwest corner.
Which we've already talked about the proximity and all that. Right?
Correct.
Now, a gunshot wound does not always leave impact spatter, correct?
There have been situations where the scene-specific variables have prohibited it based on each scene is going to be different.
Okay. So typically, does a gunshot wound, maybe one that doesn't even have an exit, that's going to leave spatter somewhere?
Are you asking me? I prefer just to give you the opinions regarding this particular case and this situation, of which the gunshot injuries did produce impact spatter in this particular case.
Okay. And we've discussed that. But certainly, just because you see impact spatter, that does not limit shots to right there, correct?
In this particular case, the impact spatter is in the northwest corner. That would indicate the location of the injuries was in the northwest corner, proximity to the northwest corner. Very consistent with all the other evidence I reviewed and all the other bloodstains and patterns. So in this particular case, it would appear as though those were where the actual injuries were inflicted, and that's where the children laid as their injuries bled freely.
It will appear as if. Is that the term
Yes.
you just used?
Most consistent with, yes.
Okay. Do you have any kind of percentage, you think, when you have a gunshot wound of just any type of person? How many are going to leave impact spatter on something?
There's been a lot of studies, but those are done in sterile environments, so they're not relevant to individual case work. What I can do is provide you the opinion based on the evidence that I did observe in this case, which is I do have impact spatter, and I do have multiple gunshot injuries to the children's heads, head and heads, so that produced impact spatter. That's the opinion that I have for this particular case.
Okay. May I have a moment? Yes. Thank you. Ms. Cox, thank you so much. We don't have any further questions.
Anything else?
I don't.
All right.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you step this way?
Good afternoon. Hello. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
I'm Dr. Noah Riley, Noahreilly.
Thank you. Doctor, how are you employed?
I'm an associate medical examiner for the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office.
And what is an associate medical examiner for the jurors?
I am a forensic pathologist who is trained to perform autopsies that fall under the state of Florida jurisprudence.
Okay. And how long have you been employed with the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office?
2.5 years.
All right. And prior to employment with the Hillsborough County Medical Examiners, did you work anywhere else as a medical examiner?
I was in training in Houston, Texas.
All right. And so tell me a little bit about that. Well, first of all, what is your specific title with the medical examiner's office?
Associate medical examiner.
Okay. And what are your duties as an associate medical examiner?
I perform autopsies.
Okay, generally that's pretty much it. And
Yeah.
yes. What sort of training and education have you had in order to become a medical examiner?
I have a bachelor's of science in microbiology from Arizona State University. I have a doctorate of osteopathic medicine from Western University of Health Sciences. I did an internship year in pathology at the Louisiana State University of New Orleans. I then did three years of anatomical and clinical pathology at the University of Texas at Houston. I followed that up with a one-year fellowship in cardiovascular pathology, and finally a one-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Harris County Institute of Forensic Sciences.
All right. Now, you mentioned part of your duties as a medical examiner, you can conduct autopsy. Approximately how many autopsies would you say you have conducted in your career?
A little over 750.
Okay. And do you have continuing legal education that you continue to do as you continue your work as a medical examiner?
Yes.
All right. Have you ever testified as an expert?
Yes.
Court? Approximately how many times?
3.
All right. Now, at this point, any questions? Okay, I'm sorry. Now, were you involved in the autopsy of Jaylah Bass in this case?
Yes, I was the supervising attending physician.
Okay, explain to the jury what that means as the supervising attending physician.
So we have a fellowship program at the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office where we train physicians that have graduated and are now subspecializing in forensic pathology.
All right. And Judge, if I may have 1 second, just... So as a supervisor, were you present at the time this autopsy was conducted?
Yes.
Who actually did the actual cutting, the autopsy itself?
Dr. Paul McGowan.
All right. But as supervisor, you were present at all times?
Yes.
Where's Dr. McGowan now?
I believe he is in Arkansas teaching.
Okay. So you were present, you observed, were you, as a supervisor, did you make sure that he was doing everything correctly?
Yes, I aided him in, and educated him in the entry and exit wounds and other findings.
Okay. And did you review his report?
Yes.
And were you in fact the person who was in charge of approving his report?
Yes.
Okay. Now, explain to the jury how an autopsy generally works.
So, an autopsy is a surgical procedure of a dead body. We first start with an external examination where we look at the skin and see if we can see any natural disease or evidence of trauma. After that is documented, we open up the body and we remove the organs and look for any natural disease and trauma. And as we're doing this procedure, we're also taking samples of blood and other tissues for toxicological analysis. And then after that, we write the report and establish the cause and manner of death.
And do you take photographs along the way as you do these autopsies?
Yes.
And that's just to document for future potential need down the road?
Yes.
All right. When you made your initial examination of Jaylah Bass, what were you able to visually observe about the body from your initial reviews and when you first saw her?
She was a 5-year-old child with gunshot wounds to the head.
All right, and it was very clear to you that they were gunshot wounds to her head?
Yes.
And in the course of conducting autopsies, I'm assuming you conducted many autopsies with gunshot wounds?
Yes.
All right. How many gunshot wounds were you able to visually observe when you first were doing the initial observation of her body?
She has 3 gunshot wounds.
Okay. Where were these gunshot wounds located?
One gunshot wound was on the left side of her head. One was just above and in between the eyebrows, and another was just beneath her left eye.
All right. Now, when you are looking at these wounds, do you clean them up?
Yes, with gunshot wounds, we take photographs as is to see if there is any soot that's present on the body that would be washed away once we clean the wounds. Once we document anything like that, we clean the wounds and then take photographs as well.
Okay. And we'll get back to that soot in a moment here. But when you start doing these, do you document each wound as you go through them?
Yes.
Now, of these 3 gunshot wounds, were you able to find exit wounds to any of these gunshot wounds?
Yes, the one in between the eyebrows and the other that was on the left side of the scalp.
Okay, and they each had a corresponding exit wound?
Yes.
And so those are called, what are those called when the bullet goes into the body and then also exits the body?
A perforating gunshot.
Okay. And one of the wounds, you found the bullet inside the body, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then what is that one called?
That is a penetrating gunshot wound.
All right. Now, how do you label these particular wounds so that we can kind of explain them to the jury about where they were located and how they occurred?
Yeah, so we took pictures. He decided to use letters to designate the wounds, both the entrances and the exits. And then after that, we took those and we put it all together and described them as gunshot A, gunshot wound B, gunshot wound C.
Okay. Let's start with gunshot wound A that he described in here. I have in front of me what's previously been introduced into evidence. It states 23A through J. Gunshot wound A, where did this gunshot wound enter the body?
The left side of the head.
Okay. And would photographs help you in describing these wounds to the jury?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 23A. Is this, in fact, the gunshot wound that you just described to the temple of the body, of the head?
Yes.
All right. Now, this wound at this point in time looks like it's been, like the hair around it has been shaved. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. And you would describe this as an entrance wound?
Yes.
All right. Prior to shaving it, is this the appearance of that same wound at that time?
Yes.
All right. And that's how you saw it, because you just indicated you take pictures of the wound before, you shave it, and then after, correct?
Correct.
And this would be before. This is how it looked when you first observed it.
Yes.
All right.
Exhibit number?
I'm sorry, that is exhibit number 23B. Thank you, Your Honor. All right, going back, we'll go back to 23A now. Was there any evidence, let me go back to 23B. Was there any evidence that this was a close range shot?
No.
Okay. Explain to the jury how you determine when there is a close range shot.
We look for the presence of soot or gunpowder stippling.
Okay. So when a bullet is fired from a gun, what happens to the bullet in the stippling?
So the gun will take a hammer and hit a primer in the casing of the gun in the bullet, and that primer will ignite the gunpowder within the casing. That will cause a expansion of super hot gas that propels the bullet, the actual lead core of the bullet, out of the barrel and out of the muzzle.
Okay. And with that bullet, what else comes out with it?
So all of the gunshot particles, the gunpowder, will either burn or be unburned when they expel out of the gun.
How far, when a gun is fired, would you expect to see soot or stippling on an individual?
It's variable, depending on the handgun and the ammunition used. Some bullets have more gunpowder than others. Say like a Magnum has more gunpowder than a regular bullet. So soot would be seen usually around up to 6 inches, and then it kind of, goes off, and you can't really detect it after like a foot. While gunpowder stippling is the unburnt gunpowder that slaps against the skin. That usually you'll start to see around 2 inches, and then upwards to about 2 to 3 feet.
Okay. And you found no soot or stippling on this particular one?
Correct.
So the gun, and would you agree, Doctor, that the gun was most likely more than 2 feet away from this wound?
Yes, or there was some intermediary object that prevented the deposition of soot or the stippling.
Okay, correct. But if there was nothing in the way, the gun would most likely be at least 2 feet away.
At least.
Since there was no stippling.
Yeah.
Okay, so describe this injury to the jury on what this particular bullet did, its path of travel, and if there was a corresponding exit wound.
So it enters the left temporal scalp, just above and in front of the left ear. It then perforates the skull and enters the cranium. It perforates the brain, perforates the skull again, and then exits out the back of her head on the left side.
All right. What was the path of travel of this particular gunshot wound as it entered into her head?
So this was from left to right, front to back, and upward.
So can you kind of show, like on your head, like how it would be like?
So, like that. So left to right.
Okay, and then slightly downward?
Upward.
Or upward, I'm sorry, yes, upward. Now, you can't say what the positioning of her head was when she received this wound. You can just describe that was the path of travel of the wound in relation to her head.
Correct. I can only tell you the direction of the track that the bullet made through the body. I cannot tell you the position of the shooter or the position of the child in this case.
And you document, or do you document when the exit wound in this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. And would that be, I'm showing you now State's Exhibit 23C, would that be marker B? Would that be where a bullet exited her head?
Yes.
So there was no projectile recovered with this particular injury.
No.
Was this a fatal wound?
Yes.
Would it have been immediately incapacitating?
Yes.
Meaning she wouldn't have been able to get up and move around after a shot like this?
Possibly, yeah.
Okay. Now, going to gunshot wound B, and I know that that's how you labeled them A, B, and C, correct?
Yeah.
But your actual labels that you have placed on the, as far as for the pictures, don't necessarily correspond to that. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 23D. Is that in fact the marker that's labeled C? Is that in fact gunshot wound B?
Correct. The C is the entry wound for gunshot wound B.
Okay. And describe, if you could, well, first of all, to this wound, was there any evidence of any soot or stippling?
No.
So there was no evidence that this was a close range shot?
Correct.
All right. Describe this wound to the jury.
So this is a entry wound. It's a round, punched out defect with a abrasion on the lower left side of it, with no soot or stippling present.
Okay. Where does it travel within the body?
It travels from left to right, front to back, and upward.
Okay. And where does it go through within inside the body? Does it go through any particular organs or anything like that?
It has a similar pathway as gunshot wound A, where it perforates the skull, perforates the brain, and then exits, but this time it's on the right side of the temporal scalp, so around the ear, the right ear.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23E. Let's put it this way. Would this be the exit wound to that gunshot wound?
Correct. This is the exit wound for gunshot wound B.
All right. And was this wound, was this a fatal wound?
Yes.
And would it also have been immediately incapacitating?
Yes.
And again, since this is an exit wound, I'm assuming no projectile was recovered from this wound.
Correct.
So we've discussed two of the wounds. Now let's talk about gunshot wound C. Where was the entrance for this wound?
The entrance wound for gunshot wound C is just below her left eye, left cheek.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 23F. Which one is gunshot wound C?
So in the picture labeled E, that's the entrance of gunshot wound C.
All right. And in fact, in this particular photograph, gunshot wound, or I'm sorry, 23F, we actually can see the other three or two wounds, correct?
Yes.
All right. But right now we're talking about gunshot wound C, which is labeled E in State's Exhibit 23F, correct?
Yes.
All right. Describe this wound. Well, first of all, was there any evidence of any close range firing?
No.
There was no soot or no stippling located around this wound?
Correct.
All right. Describe this wound to the jury.
It's another classic entry wound, round, punched out defect with a margin of abrasion that you see it's more towards her nose.
What was the direction and path of travel of the bullet in this particular case?
This one goes from left to right, front to back, and downward.
All right. And where does it go through? Does it go through any organs or anything like that?
Yeah, it perforates her left maxillary bone, and then it goes through her mouth, down through her neck, where it perforates the left carotid artery and the left jugular vein. It then perforates the 7th cervical vertebra, so right at the base of her neck, and then perforates the spinal cord at that level, and then embeds in it.
Okay. And again, as with the other wounds, was this a fatal wound?
Yes.
And was this wound as well immediately incapacitating?
Yes.
And when you say it severs the spinal cord, would that have made it impossible for her to move after receiving this wound?
Yeah, she would be paralyzed from the lower neck downwards.
Okay. Now, you're not able to tell us the order that these wounds were received. Would that be right?
Correct.
And you also can't tell us if her head was moving or any time while she was receiving these particular wounds?
No, I cannot.
All right. And I forget if I asked, but just forgive me if I asked it. Was there any evidence of any soot or stippling on this one?
There was no soot or stippling.
All right, I couldn't remember if I'd asked that or not. And was there an exit wound associated with this particular shot?
No, the bullet was recovered within her spinal canal.
All right, and did you or were you present when Dr. McGowan recovered the projectile?
Yes.
All right. Showing you State's Exhibit 23G. Is this in fact the projectile that was recovered from the inside of Jaylah Bass?
Yes.
And 23H, this is just another angle of it, correct?
Yes.
23I, similarly. And then in 23J, what are we looking at in this particular picture?
These are also fragments of the bullet.
Explain to the jury what fragments, what does that mean?
Basically broken off bits of the bullet core that came off while it was traveling through the body.
Okay, so you recover anything foreign to the body and take it out?
Yeah, we tried to remove all pieces of metal, bullets, that kind of thing from the body.
Do you remember where these fragments were located along the path of travel?
Somewhere in the wound path, I don't recall.
Okay, but it was along the wound path?
Yes.
All right. These projectiles and fragments, when they're recovered from the body, what do you do with them?
We photograph them, we place them into an envelope and secure it with evidence tape, and then put our signature and the date.
And are they eventually given to the sheriff's office?
Yes, they're submitted as evidence.
So in your opinion, doctor, what was the cause of death for Jaylah Bass?
Gunshot wounds of the head into the neck with perforation of the skull, brain, and spinal cord.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Just one moment. I will pass the witness.
All right. Cross.
Thank you. Good afternoon, doctor. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing all right. Thank you. Do you have your report with you in case you need to look at it?
I don't, actually. I left it.
Okay. Well, if we need it, we'll give it to you. All right, so you joined the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office in July of 22?
Yes.
So fairly soon, or before this case happened in August, correct?
Yes.
And you had been doing a lot of work, though, did you say Texas prior to that?
Yeah, I was doing my fellowship training in forensic pathology in Houston, Texas.
And you finished your fellowship around June 30th of 2022?
Yes.
All right, so it sounds like you had left Texas, finished all your training, and then joined the ME's office as an associate medical examiner in July of 22?
Yes.
Okay. And you have been licensed in the state of Florida since July of 2022, correct?
At least July. It may have been May.
Sure.
I have to check.
But just a month or 2 months prior to the autopsy in this case, correct?
Yes.
And you're board certified in your field?
I am board certified in forensic pathology and anatomical pathology.
And you became board certified after this case had taken place, correct?
Ooh. I'd have to look.
That's right. All right. So now, you did not perform the actual autopsy. Dr. McGowan did, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you were kind of doing a supervisory role of Dr. McGowan.
Yes.
All right. During Dr. McGowan doing the autopsy in this case, you did step away from that autopsy to do other things, did you not?
Well, we have other cases going on, but we have a large morgue, and I'm always there and kind of perching over their shoulders when they're doing their work, to teach and, train and all that.
Sure. Okay. So that's a yes then to my question. You did step away from the autopsy to do other things.
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, doctor, were you not doing other autopsies while this autopsy was taking place?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And the autopsy report in this case, that was in fact also authored by Dr. McGowan as well.
Yes.
Right. Tampa General Hospital records or photographs involving Jaylah Bass, did you review either one of those items?
No.
Okay. Mr. Terry just asked you about the cause and manner of death. I want to ask you, you indicated that the manner of death was labeled homicide.
Yes.
All right. There's several different, I believe there's 5 different classifications that you can put as manner of death.
Yes.
All right. Now, when you say homicide, you are not making a legal determination, correct?
Correct.
Right. Basically, when you do manner of death, it is a statistical record-keeping factor.
Yeah, it's a way to categorize the circumstances that led to the death.
Right. Statistical record-keeping.
Correct, yeah.
Keep a category, keep a record of it.
Yeah, the state loves the stats.
The state loves stats, all right. And basically, for your definition of manner of death, homicide means just death at the hands of another?
Yes, death due to another individual.
Right. Okay. All right, and you cannot tell us, even as you testify here today, who shot Jaylah Bass?
Nope.
All right, and you're not going to be rendering, nor can you render any opinion concerning whether a child under the age of 10 could have shot a firearm. You're not here to do that.
No.
Okay. And there was something during the autopsy where there was some issue about whether GSR testing should be done or swabs of Jaylah's hand. Did you speak with anybody from the Sheriff's Department concerning that?
No.
Okay. Do you recall anything in your file concerning Detective Hobelman speaking to your office and indicating he didn't want he didn't need any further testing? Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. So is that possible maybe Dr. McGowan or investigators in your office dealt with that?
Yeah, it's possible.
Okay. All right. Now, as you tell Mr. Terry, the 3 gunshot wounds on Miss Jaylah Bass, you're not giving us any sort of sequence.
No, I can't tell you the sequence of the shots.
Just because we label A, B, and C, that is not telling us it's in that sequence.
Yeah, no sequence is implied with, it's just an easy way to, define it.
And you got to label them so we can know what you're talking about.
Exactly.
All right. Let me talk to you a little bit about stippling. You typically see stippling in an intermediate range.
Yeah, that's the definition of an intermediate range of fire.
Okay. Now, you said something, you used the word variable. Stippling depends, whether you see stippling or not, depends on the firearm, the type of firearm, how much gunpowder is in the cartridge of the ammo to even determine where the range is. So there's several variables involved in that, correct?
Yes.
And I think you might have used these words. I know you use the word variable, but there are numerous factors that would go into when you can see or can't see stippling, such as I said, the firearm, the gunpowder, things like that.
Yes.
Okay. Basically, all you can tell this jury is that there was no evidence of close-range firing.
Yes.
Okay. Now, none of those three were contact wounds, correct?
Correct.
All right. And is that kind of right up against the head?
A contact? Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't want to do that.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, I didn't want to do this. All right. So contact to the head.
Yes.
Okay. Indeterminate, because you have contact, intermediate, indeterminate, right?
Yes.
Yeah, those are the classifications when you guys determine distance, and do you see stippling and do you see soot. And indeterminate just means you cannot determine, based on the wound appearance, what the actual distance would be, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, gunshot wound A, would that have been located under Miss Bass's hair on the side of her head?
Yes, it was just at the hairline.
Right. And for you guys to adequately conduct the autopsy, is she shaved there?
Yeah, we basically take photographs of it as is when we first look at the body, and then after those pictures, we then shave so we can really get a good look at the wound.
Right. I think we saw in both positions, did we not today?
Yes.
All right. Now, in terms of the end of the muzzle of the gun, and how far the end of that muzzle may have been to Miss Bass's wound A, you cannot give us any opinion on that, correct?
Not by the appearance of the wound itself.
I want to talk to you about the track of A, and that's going to be the gunshot wound to the left side of her head.
Yes.
Okay. You said it was front to back, left to right. Did you say slightly upward?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't have your report on you. May I show you a copy of your report?
Sure.
In terms of the track. All right. I just have the autopsy. Yeah, okay. All right, so let's see. We are on page 4, where it talks about number A and goes into 5. If you could look at that for me. Tell me what the autopsy report says about the track of wound A, please.
It says that the wound path is directed from front to back, left to right, and slightly downward.
Okay, so do I assume the report's in error, or is your testimony today?
The report is in error. If you look at all the measurements of the entrances and exits, it makes a lot more sense. And we also have photographs of the probes that we use to signal directionality, but I doubt you guys would allow that to be shown.
We didn't show those.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't use those. All right. So wound A, then, the gunshot wound, is in fact slightly upward, not slightly downward, as Dr. McCowan documented in the autopsy report.
Yes, the wound path is slightly upward.
Okay. All right. And in fact, would you agree with me that when you gave your deposition to us, you testified the track was front to back, left to right, and slightly downward? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. So you made a mistake in the deposition as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and I think you've already said you cannot tell us anything about the position of the shooter, only tell us what you saw for that track.
Yeah, just the direction of the track through the body.
Right, okay. And when we do the track through the body, are you doing it in a standard anatomical position?
Yes, where basically the body is facing you with the arms extended and the palms facing towards you.
Like this?
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. All right, and most people aren't in the standard anatomical position, right?
Typically.
Okay. All right. Let's go to B. B is the one that had an entrance and exit wound. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. That's going to be the one near the eyes.
In between the eyebrows.
Okay.
Yeah. Gunshot wound B.
Okay. B. We're on the same page. All right. What was the track of B?
Left to right, front to back, and upward.
Okay. Did you say slightly upward on your testimony or upward?
I think you mean just now?
Yes.
I said upward.
Okay. Is it slightly or upward, or does it really matter to you?
I mean, it doesn't change my up or down. It doesn't really change my cause and manner of death. So.
Okay. All right. I'm going to show you your report again in terms of gunshot wound B to see what is in Dr. McGowan's autopsy report concerning B. What is the track listed by Dr. McGowan in the medical examiner's official report?
It states that the wound path is directed from front to back, left to right, and slightly downward.
So again, we're going to have another error in the autopsy report.
Correct.
And thank you. And again, doctor, when we took your deposition, and a deposition for the jury is testimony under oath, and we asked you questions about this, correct?
Correct.
All right. And when you testified in that deposition, would you agree with me, you also testified under oath that it was front to back, left to right, and slightly downward?
Yes.
So that was a mistake, right?
It happens.
All right. All righty. So it looks like, going on your testimony today, A and B have a similar track?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. All right. And then C, that's going to be the wound to the cheek, right?
Yeah, the left cheek.
That's the one that's going to end in the spinal cord.
Correct.
All right. And that is the one in which you were able to recover a projectile and or fragments, correct?
Yes.
Did you know, or do you know, the caliber of the gun allegedly used in this case? Do you have any information on that?
No.
Okay. So you don't know anything about the gun that was, say, even recovered in this case?
I don't know anything about the gun.
Okay. All right. So when we were talking earlier about stippling and how there's many variables, you can't tell us any of that information, such as how that firearm excretes stippling, or the type of firearm and how that affects stippling, or how much gunpowder's in the cartridge. You can't tell us any of that.
No, I can't tell you anything about the firearm itself.
Okay. All right. Now C, that is downward, correct?
Yes.
All right. All right. And front to back and left to right.
Yeah.
Okay. Do they all seem to be fairly consistent based on what you're testifying to today?
Yeah, the only difference between A, B, and C was that C was downward.
Okay. Right. And A and B upward.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And you're not giving us any opinion on the positioning of where Ms. Bass was?
No.
And you're not giving us any opinion on the positioning of the shooter and or the firearm?
Yeah, I can.
You can't?
No, I
Right.
can't tell you the position of either one.
Sorry, just want to make sure I had heard you. All right. Now, basically, you are given the body, you conduct your autopsy, you're limited by what you can tell us. You tell us what you see, right?
Correct.
All right. And would you agree with me that people can move around, guns can move around, it can affect?
Yes, people can move around.
Okay. In this case, you didn't see any evidence of any defensive wounds by Ms. Bass, correct?
No.
Okay. And any opinion, can you render any opinion about the shots being about all at the same time, or can you give any opinion on that?
I can't tell you which one was first and which one was last.
Okay. All right, and finally, I'm just going to step away and ask counsel real quick, but finally, for my questions, do you remember also when we took your deposition, do you remember me asking you if there were any errors in the report, which we now know there were, and you said no? Do you remember that?
Probably sounds like something I would say, but then there were mistakes, unfortunately.
Okay, all right. Let me have a moment. Dr. Riley, thank you so much. We don't have any other questions for you.
Dr. Riley, those two wounds, A and B, that were incorrectly labeled slightly upward and slightly downward, correct? Or they were?
Yeah, they were both. The corrected version is that they were going upward.
Okay, and you know that because you can physically see the entrance wound and where the exit wound is, and you can measure on the body where it is, correct?
Protection leading. Stay.
Is there a way to just determine that just by looking and measuring from the body where the wounds are, the entrance wound and exit wound is?
Yeah, and that's documented in the report.
Okay, so nothing changes from how the wounds occurred, where they went, or the range of the firing?
No.
All right. Does it change your opinion in any way, whether it was slightly upward or slightly downward, as far as what the wounds did, whether they were fatal or whether they were immediately incapacitating, or anything at all to do with the wounds?
No, it just doesn't change my opinion on the cause of death.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, you can step down, doctor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is he released from his subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right. Call your next witness.
State will call Mykesha Romeo.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
My name is Mykesha Romeo, MYCESHA-ROMEO.
All right. And just a reminder to keep your voice up.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, Ms. Romeo, if you can keep your voice up and speak into the microphone so we can hear you, okay?
Okay.
Ms. Romeo, where are you currently employed?
University of South Florida,
What do you do for the University of South Florida?
Director of Human Resources,
How long have you been working for USF as the Director of Human Resources?
January of 2024,
Where do you currently live?
in Tampa.
Yes.
My actual address?
You live in Tampa?
Yes.
Okay. And are you married?
Yes.
And who's your husband?
Richard Romeo II.
Okay. Do you know the defendant in this case, Jermaine Bass?
Yes.
How do you know him?
He was married to my sister-in-law,
Sister-in-law. Okay. And who's your sister-in-law?
Shirley Bass.
All right. So you are married to Shirley Bass's brother?
Yes.
And what is his name again?
Richard Romeo II.
Richard Romeo II. Okay. How long have you known Shirley Bass?
Altogether, since she was 3, but
Okay.
really since 2008.
All right. And you know Mr. Bass, Jermaine Bass? How long have you known him?
Since Shirley was about 16 or 17. I don't know the exact year.
Okay. So you knew them when they got together and first became a couple?
Yes.
All right. And did you get to know, or were you at times close to them in the family?
I wouldn't say close.
Okay. But you knew them and you knew the children?
Yes.
And you knew Jaylah and Jermaine?
Yes.
And would you see them at family get-togethers?
Yes.
Going back to August of 2022, specifically the night of August 29th of 2022, the night this happened, did you see Shirley Bass that day?
Yes.
Where did you see her?
At the dinner at Ruth Chris.
What was this dinner about at Ruth's Chris?
It was my older sister-in-law's birthday,
Okay. And who is that?
Marlene Gadsden.
Okay. So Shirley Bass has an older sister?
Yes.
And her name is Marlene Gadsden?
Yes.
And she's got an older brother named Richard Romeo II?
Yes.
And is this all her siblings?
She has another older brother, Prince Romeo.
Prince Romeo, okay. Was he there?
No.
All right. What time? So this dinner was for Marlene. Who all went to this? Do you recall?
Marlene, Shirley, a friend of Marlene's, a friend from church, and I think another couple.
Okay. Was China Gadsden there?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. What about your husband? Was he there?
Yes.
Okay. What time did this dinner start?
I can't tell you for sure, maybe 7:30.
Okay. Was when Shirley Bass showed up, was Jermaine Bass with her?
No.
All right. How was Shirley's behavior that night at the dinner?
It was fine.
Did anything seem out of the ordinary with her?
No.
Was she communicative and talkative and just hanging out with everybody the same way she always did?
Yes, I saw her smile.
Okay. Anything about that night that would give you any reason to believe something was going on in Shirley Bass's home?
No.
How long do you believe you all were at that dinner?
A couple of hours.
Okay. Were you there when Shirley left?
Yes.
And did you see who she left with?
I believe she left with China. They walked out at the same time. We were still waiting for our car.
Okay. And when she left, did everything appear normal with Shirley?
Yes.
All right. Was it in fact a nice dinner that you all had that night?
Yes.
You all took pictures?
Yes.
Okay. When did you find out what happened after dinner that night?
The next morning.
Okay. What did you do when you found out?
Action relevance?
So when you found out, did you go to the hospital?
Yes.
All right. Were you able to see Jermaine Bass, JJ?
Yes.
At the hospital. What was his condition when you got there?
He was in critical condition.
Okay. Was he in fact in a coma?
Yes.
Tell me about, so you knew JJ. I'm going to call him JJ just to make it clear that we're not talking about the defendant, right?
Sure.
Were you aware of JJ's relationship with Jaylah?
Yes.
Did they have a very good relationship?
Yes.
Action relevance?
Sustained.
Judge, may we approach on this?
No, I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead.
You're going to go ahead? Okay. Did they have a good relationship?
Yes.
Did you ever see them fighting?
No.
Did you ever see Jermaine angry at Jaylah at any time? Or violent with her at any time?
No.
Okay. Now, since this occurrence, since this what happened on that night, have you followed up with JJ's care and know what's happening with JJ?
Yes.
Okay. How is JJ doing today?
He has some struggles, but he's recovered very well considering.
Okay. Is the bullet that was shot into him, is it still inside his head?
Yes.
They were not able to take it out?
No.
As a result of that, has that limited Jermaine's ability to do things in his day-to-day life?
Yes.
How so?
He has trouble with processing, and he has receptive and expressive language disorder. The left side of his face is paralyzed. His left ear was closed permanently because the back, I guess, from what I heard at the doctor's appointment.
Hearsay?
Let's see what you observed.
What I observed?
Or what you've observed in
What I've observed is his left ear is closed permanently.
Okay. And he can't hear out of that left ear?
Correct.
As a result of this, is he not allowed to play like physical sports?
He cannot play tackle football.
Okay. Other than all that, though, he is still progressing and going through school normally and as any other child would?
He's below a little, but he's moving through.
Okay. We got one moment, Your Honor. How about his hand? How is his hand at this point?
His finger stopped growing. They fused it, and so it stopped growing. And so when he writes, he has to take often breaks. He writes like this so that he doesn't have to lay his finger on whatever surface he's writing on.
Okay, and you did this, when you just did this, for the record, you lifted up the pinky and you held the fingers and the thumb kind of together like you're holding something, but with the pinky still out.
Correct, because
Right.
he has sensitivity issues.
And you did that with your right hand, so he's right-handed?
He's right-handed.
Okay. All right, Judge, I'll pass the witness at this time.
All right. Cross.